Chapter 2120. Don't panic. There are 2 more steps. Hold on a little longer. Demon Venerable Ling Gu tried his best to control the despair that was about to show on his face as he roared in his heart. Can't you see my current state? How the hell am I going to persevere? A hint of respect welled up in the heavenly human tribe great general's heart at the sight of Demon Lord Ling Gu, who was still standing in front of Lan Xiaoni. All right, I respect you for being a man. Continue firing. He waved his hand, and the West Sea Sky ship continued to charge with energy. The cannons emitted a brilliant light. You were able to block West Seas, Cannon Version 1. 0 attack. Now, let me see if you can block West Seas, Cannon Version 2. 0 attack. That's 3 times more powerful after being warmed up by the Skyboat Cannon. Marshal Simon said coldly. Demon Lord Ling Gu's legs turned to jelly upon hearing those words. What version 2? 0. Even if it was version 1. 0, he wouldn't be able to block it. Alliance Chief Lan, Archdevil Ling Gu, time's up. We have to run. Yu Feiyu's voice came from the sky. Demon Venerable Ling Gu was taken aback. Yes, they had said that the raid would only last for 2 minutes. Once the time was up, if they did not succeed, they had to retreat immediately. Demon Venerable Ling Gu had long wanted to escape. Now there was a good reason. It turned to look at the western heavenly gate. Lan Xiaoni didn't seem to have heard him as she continued to move the last pillar. Just a little bit more. Demon Exalt Ling Gu let out a sigh and remained standing outside the western heavenly gate. Yu Feiyu stared blankly at the 2 of them, who acted as if they hadn't heard her at all. Then she gritted her teeth and continued to fight, blocking all the heavenly human tribe cultivators who had passed by Demon Lord Ling Gu. Rumble. The West Sea Sky ship fired again. This time, the might contained within the cannon fire was even more terrifying. It was vast and profound, and boundless energy surged forth. In front of this energy, even gods and demons seemed extremely small. Was he going to die? Demon Lord Ling Gu clenched his fists tightly and was about to charge toward the cannon fire. Even if he died, he would die a heroic death. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from behind him. It sounded like the collapse of the western heavenly gate. Demon Venerate Ling Gu smiled. That sound was the best reward for his efforts. In fact, it was not afraid of death. It was only afraid that its death would be worthless. Demon Lord Ling Gu began to fearlessly charge toward the dark blue cannons. The pain from the wounds all over his body made him a little more clear-headed. In front of him was a sea of deep blue. It was as if endless seawater was rushing at him, trying to pull him into the eternal deep sea. But all of a sudden, a graceful figure appeared in front of it and opened her arms. Rumble. The cannons bombarded the tiny but incomparably beautiful figure, exploding into a monstrous splash of energy. No matter how ferocious and terrifying the energy of the cannon fire was, that figure actually blocked it all, blocking all the damage in front of Demon Venerate Ling Gu. Demon Lord Ling Gu was dumbfounded. He looked at the back of the figure and realized the identity of the other party. His eyes turned red and he felt even more touched. That was Lan Xiaoni. Demon Lord Ling Gu wanted to create an opportunity for Lan Xiaoni to break through the door and escape, which was why he refused to retreat. He had already made up his mind to fight to the death, but who would have thought that just as he thought he was going to die, Lan Xiaoni would also stand in front of him with all her might. "What are you doing here?" "Run away." A woman's clear shout came. Only then did Demon Lord Ling Gu come to his senses. He had been severely wounded, and if it weren't for his teammates, there was no way he would be able to escape from the heavenly human tribe united army. Demon Lord Ling Gu's body quickly shrank as he transformed into a streak of red light that pierced into the ocean in the sky. Yu Feiyu also followed him into the ocean. "Don't let them get away. Chase them." "Ah, Western Heavenly Gate. Our Western Heavenly Gate." This is an irreconcilable vengeance. Charge! Some heavenly human tribe powerful beings chased after demon Lord Lingu, and you Feiyu with rage, while some heavenly human tribe powerful beings were unable to withstand the blow of the western heavenly gate. The gate pillar had already been tossed into the passageway between the two worlds by Lan Xiaoni, and the passageway between the two worlds had also been completely destroyed by her. The passageway between the two worlds, which had stood for over 100 years, slowly closed as its light dimmed. There was nothing the heavenly human tribe powerful beings could do. They were unable to stop the destruction of the western heavenly gate, and a sense of powerlessness and despair welled up in their hearts. They could either kneel to the ground in grief or vent their rage on their enemies. The power of the blue ocean surged. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc and destroyed everything around it. However, after the energy from the cannon blast dissipated, Lan Xiaoni was still standing in midair, but her features were extremely pale, and she appeared to be in quite a sorry state. How could this be? Our West Sea cannon has been blocked again. The heavenly human tribe, powerful beings controlling the West Sea heavenly vessel, were all astonished. How could these people be so resilient? Hurry! Replenish the cannon. Lan Xiaoni must die no matter what. The heavenly human tribe, great generals, issued enraged commands. At this moment, the West Sea heavenly vessel began to glow with scintillating light again. Lan Xiaoni looked up at the surging ocean in the sky with a smile. You want to kill me? Then come find me in the ocean. She swung her tail and charged toward the ocean as she spoke. Hurry! Stop her! Don't let her enter the ocean. The heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, yelled. One powerful figure after another charged toward Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni wielded her sword with both hands as sword intent swept through the air, slaying all of the powerful beings in her path. No one was able to stop her for even a second. Even an extremely powerful heaven pioneer, stage great general, was only able to last half a second before one of his arms was severed. Thus, Lan Xiaoni's power struck despair into everyone's hearts. Plop! Water splashed through the air. The mermaid returned to the ocean and disappeared without a trace. After entering the ocean, the heavenly water god was able to completely fuse with the ocean. Even heavenly gods would find it difficult to detect her, let alone these heavenly human tribe powerful beings. All they could do was bombard the ocean in despair as tears of grief flowed down their faces. Some of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings stared blankly at the disappearing western heavenly gate, as if they had lost their minds. What the hell? She destroyed our gate in front of tens of millions of heavenly human tribe powerful beings on her own, and he just swaggered off like that? I'm useless. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Some of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings were laughing and crying at the same time, while others were doubting their own lives. The heavenly human tribe powerful beings of the West Sea were in complete disarray. Meanwhile, at the central region of the Tai Chu continent, Brother and Lin, you have to believe me. My feelings for you are definitely true. The heavenly sea god ran toward Lin, and Lin faltered momentarily before a smile appeared on his face. I believe you, Brother C. If your feelings for me weren't true, why would you attack me at such a critical moment? There's no need to explain yourself, Brother C. Chapter 21:21. The heavenly sea god heaved a sigh of relief. As long as you trust me, Brother and Lin. You're aware of my condition. I'm currently heavily injured, so the combat power I can exert is extremely limited. Furthermore, I can only use my Tao origin manifestation once. I have to use it against Guang Guang and the others, Sai. Our dream is very simple, but if we want to win, it will be very big. The heavenly sea god sighed with resignation, and Lin's mouth twitched. What F*** king, simple dream. My dream is quite simple, but your dream is to be the only heavenly Tao. How could this be called simple? Can I ask for some azure lotus? However, what I'm most elated about is that Brother Enlin has become even more powerful and successfully defeated the heavenly earth god. This is fantastic news. We're one step closer to our final goal. The heavenly sea god's face was full of smiles as he spoke. He was truly happy. Of course, there was also worry in his happiness. This brother Enlin was simply too strong. He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. All right, let's cut the nonsense. I have to rush to another battlefield, Enlin said. You still want to fight in this state? The heavenly sea god wandered over Enlin's body, which was riddled with wounds. Not only had his body been severely injured, but his consciousness and power had also been completely depleted. No matter how weak I am, I'm still more powerful than the average heavenly god. Besides, I have money that can replenish my energy. He pulled out a divine pill from his storage ring and swallowed it as he spoke. The heavenly sea god's mouth gaped open in shock. Was Enlin really that rich? All right, I'll remove the Supreme Authority's barrier in a moment. Once the barrier is removed, this place will be discovered by the other Empyrean gods. How about this? You hit me with a palm first, and I'll pretend to be severely wounded to escape. Then you can go back and fight. The heavenly sea god began to unleash his heavenly god power to release the oceanic cage around them as he spoke. Enlin immediately charged toward the heavenly sea god without any hesitation. Bitch, take this! He actually used the power of the divine Tao of darkness in his palm strike. Holy shit! Wait, there's no need to use so much strength. The heavenly sea god's expression shifted drastically. Rumble. Ah! The heavenly sea god's blood-curdling cries were immediately followed. The ocean barrier shattered with a loud bang. A disheveled figure spat out blood and flew backward. There was still a terrifying darkness corroding its body from its chest. Enlin, just you wait. I'll definitely come back. The heavenly sea god fled toward the West Sea in a sorry state. However, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Enlin. Enlin, watch out! His voice suddenly fell into Enlin's mind. In the next instant, Enlin also felt an incomparably terrifying aura approaching. An intense life-and-death crisis enveloped his entire body at this moment. A handsome man wearing a flowery dress suddenly rushed in front of Enlin. He was so handsome that Enlin almost couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman. He held an exquisite flower hairpin in his hand and stabbed it towards Enlin's forehead. So fast! Enlin's heart jolted with shock as he hurriedly evaded. He tilted his head to the side and evaded the lethal attack. At the same time, he also pointed a finger toward the man before him. His divine Tao of darkness erupted violently in an attempt to completely engulf and erase the man. The man's body flashed, and he abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, Enlin detected his enemy's location. However, his reaction was still too slow. The flower hairpin pierced into his back and emerged from his chest, upon which the sharp, translucent tip of the hairpin glowed with an extremely seductive light. An incomparably terrifying power erupted from his back, and Enlin's entire body was smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater in the ground. You're the human who killed the heavenly earth god. The man in the flowery dress stabbed the hairpin into his back with one hand while grabbing onto Enlin's neck with the other, pinning him to the ground with an extremely enticing smile on his face. You don't look like much, Enlin chuckled coldly. Are you all so self-righteous these days? Self-righteous? Self-righteous? I'm not interested in your head. All I want is to kill you, the man in the flowery dress replied. Aren't those two sentences the same thing? Enlin was astonished. Is that so? The handsome man blinked his clear, black eyes that seemed to contain countless stars in them. I've only just been born, so I don't really understand some words. Please excuse me. That's all right, I can teach you. Enlin smiled. Say, can you not press me down like this? It's very inelegant, and there's another word to describe you. What word? The handsome man looked down at himself to find that he was sitting on Lin's back with one hand gripping onto Lin's neck while the other was stabbing Lin's back with a flower hairpin. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with this, and Lin wore a disdainful expression. Gay, pervert, disgusting, cross-dresser, strongman lock. The handsome man's mouth gaped open in surprise. That's a word? In any case, this is a very rude behavior. And Lin spoke in an indifferent voice as a chaotic and profound black vortex suddenly appeared on his back. So piss off. Boom. Darkness that could engulf everything suddenly erupted from within the vortex. The handsome man was given a fright, and his body quickly flashed backward to evade Lin's sudden attack. And Lin stood up, and his aura began to rise. He looked at the handsome man with a slender figure and a face that was even more beautiful than a woman's, but his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. That's enough trash talk. Do you want to die now? That's right, he had said so much just to buy some time to digest the power of the divine pill in his body. The handsome man's face lit up at the sight of Lin unleashing the true power of darkness. Is this darkness? It is indeed a wonderful power. A hint of greed flashed through the handsome man's eyes. However, such a wonderful power should belong to me, and Lin almost burst into laughter. He was the heavenly darkness god, and this paramount heavenly god power belonged exclusively to him. Who the hell did he think he was? At this moment, the heavenly sea god's urgent voice sounded through the air. Be careful, brother Lin. That guy is most likely the heavenly life god's trump card. She was planning to use it against the heavenly earth god, but she's suddenly using it against you. It's quite clear that she really does want to kill you. The heavenly sea god's voice had only just fallen. The handsome man spoke with a smile. Heavenly darkness god, allow me to introduce myself. I am the most perfect life form created by the goddess of life, and my name is Xianyu. I have come this time to end your life. Chapter 21-22. This handsome man in a flowery dress made no attempt to hide his objective. It was quite clear that he was here to kill Lin, and he even confessed his identity. And Lin wasn't all that surprised by this. The only thing that he didn't understand was how this cross-dresser could be considered the most perfect life form. What kind of taste did the goddess of life have? He clearly had a devastatingly beautiful face, smooth snow-white skin, and an incomparably perfect body, but he had a magnetic male voice, and it was even a man with a handle. He was simply like a mischievous life form. However, what happened next completely changed Lin's mind. A terrifying aura swept toward him from all directions. This aura was even more powerful than the aura released by a paramount heavenly god, and it was only slightly weaker than the heavenly earth god's aura. He clearly didn't have a divine halo, and he clearly wasn't a heavenly god, but he possessed such terrifying power. This was the best proof that Xianyu was the most perfect life form. If Lin was at his peak, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of him. But now, even though he had a divine pill to replenish his energy, he had only recovered a small portion of his power. Xianyu exuded an aura that made the hearts of countless living beings tremble, and he strode toward Lin with a seductive gait. Hundreds of flowers bloomed wherever he passed, and auspicious energy erupted from all directions. The great Tao of heaven and earth seemed to be playing a beautiful song for him. All types of energy surged into his body in an endless stream. He was the darling of the heavenly Tao, the most perfect life form. Everything between heaven and earth was bestowing its blessings upon him. Whoosh! Xianyu suddenly appeared before Lin, and his hand transformed into a claw that reached toward Lin's heart. Die! And Lin harumphed coldly as the purest divine Tao of darkness erupted from his body, forming a black ball of offense and defense that engulfed Xianyu. When Xianyu saw the all-engulfing darkness, not only did she not evade, but her slender hands also sped up to attack Enlin. At the same time, a strange green glow burst forth from her fingertips. Chaotic life technique, infinite reincarnation. Suddenly, countless green threads intertwined and connected on his 5 claws, forming an extremely profound and complicated reincarnation formation. Then his arm was swallowed by the darkness. But what shocked Enlin was that after Xian Yu's arm was devoured by the powerful divine Tao of darkness, it was reborn in the cycle of reincarnation through some kind of method. After it was reborn, because it couldn't resist the powerful darkness, the arm was devoured again, then reborn, then devoured again, then reborn again. Infinite samsara. Furthermore, the arm was rapidly closing in on him as it devoured and regenerated. Fish. His slender fingers turned into claws and pierced Enlin's chest like a white knife light. Enlin's eyes widened. He didn't expect his opponent to break through his defense like this. Blood stained Enlin's white Taoist robe again. Enlin clenched his teeth. The darkness was like a shadow that quickly spread on the ground, and then it turned into extremely sharp spikes that pierced towards the immortal universe in front of him. Earth, help me. Xian, you lightly stomped on the ground. A peerless gravitational force suddenly erupted from the earth, and this gravitational force was imbued with an extremely vast and pure power of earth, making Enlin feel as if he were facing a heavenly earth god at full power. Xian, you looked at the astonished expression on Enlin's face, and a smile appeared on his beautiful face. Do you see it? All things in this world belong to me, and all power also belongs to me. The heavens are just so biased toward me, and your darkness is naturally also mine. Light, help me. Xian Yu said indifferently. At this moment his arm began to glow. This light was pure and flawless, and it contained boundless hope. It could pierce through all darkness, and Lin's body suddenly felt as if it was being burned, and it was extremely uncomfortable. He hated this kind of power. Light assimilation, all power converge. As Xian Yu's voice fell, the terrifying power of light began to flow into Enlin's body through his hand, melting and absorbing everything in his body, as if it wanted to strip him of everything. And Lin was shocked. He knew that Xian Yu might really have the strength to take away his power. No, he couldn't continue like this. And Lin threw 2 explosive fists at Xian Yu. Earth, help me. Xian Yu's expression did not change. The power of the earth suddenly condensed into a Taoist armor in front of him, blocking both of Enlin's fists. Sky, help me. A voice fell. Immediately after, an unimaginable restriction and imprisonment appeared in the void for Enlin, causing his every movement, every circulation of energy, to encounter extremely terrifying resistance. At this moment, he felt as if he was fighting against several supreme, heavenly gods. Moreover, he was in a critical state. A deep sense of powerlessness enveloped his entire body. Damn it, was the other party really bullying him because he was old and powerless? Stop struggling, you can't win against me. Xian Yu spoke indifferently, as if he was watching a loser struggle on the verge of death. You couldn't even win against me at your peak, let alone now. I'll accept the power of darkness. You, go die. Xian Yu grabbed Enlin's heart. A pure and dazzling light pierced through the darkness released by Enlin. But right at this moment, a streak of black light suddenly pierced through all the light, severed all the authority, and even pierced through the earth armor in an instant, before stabbing into Xian Yu's heart. The light stopped abruptly. Xian Yu's eyes widened, looking at the black long sword stabbed into his heart. Dark red blood flowed from the place where it was stabbed. For the first time, his calm face revealed an expression of loss of composure, and Lin recognized that black sword, that was his evil slaying sword. It actually moved on its own, and its power was so great. Run! A childish and cold voice suddenly rang out. What are you running for? I'll use you to hack him to death. And Lin didn't even think about running after seeing how powerful the evil slaying sword had suddenly become. I've run out of energy. Little Xie's voice sounded, and the evil-slaying sword's light dimmed. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath, and he immediately turned to flee. Xian Yu pulled out the evil-slaying sword and tried to snap it, but he was unable to do so, so he tossed it to the side like a piece of trash. He then turned to look at the fleeing and Lin with a thunderous expression. It was quite clear that the sneak attack from before had left him feeling extremely humiliated. Sky! Boom! And Lin felt a boundless pressure and restrictive force emanating from the space around him. Even his divine Tao of darkness could only contend with that power, but it was unable to engulf it. Earth. A greenish-yellow light suddenly erupted from the ground. The boundless power of the earth rose up and crashed into his body, making it impossible for him to even move his feet. At this moment, Xian Yu's punctured heart had already recovered to a completely unscathed state under his powerful regenerative abilities. He pointed a finger at Lin from afar. Light. A beam of pure light that illuminated all worlds appeared. It seemed like a pure, harmless, and beautiful object, but it transformed into a pillar of light that punctured Lin's heart, blasting a massive hole into it. Boom! Blood splattered before being reduced to particles of light by the light. And Lin, you can't escape. Chapter 21-23. And Lin felt as if his heart was being torn apart, and the power of light was scorching his entire body. Light and darkness had always been the bane of one another. Who was the bane of the other depended on who was more powerful. In order to kill the heavenly earth god, and Lin had already been completely exhausted, and he was clearly no match for Xian Yu, who could control the power of light. And Lin gritted his teeth, and his body transformed into a black shadow that quickly flashed into the distance. You're still trying to escape? Xian Yu was not panicked by Lin's attempt to escape. He stepped forward, and he traversed through countless spatial rifts to arrive directly above Lin before pressing his hand down. Countless pillars of light imbued with the power of light fell from the sky at a speed faster than the speed of light, instantly ripping the moving black shadow into a hornet's nest. And Lin was forced to reveal his true form, and his body was riddled with bloody holes. Cough, cough, cough! He felt as if his entire body had been engulfed by a boundless, scorching sensation, and blood continued to gush from his mouth. His opponent's power was simply too unfathomable. Xian Yu was able to wield the power of even the paramount heavenly gods, and this had already transcended beyond the realm of a living being. It was like a bug in the world. How could the heavenly life, God, have created something like this? Xian Yu's dress fluttered as he strode toward Lin in a graceful manner. A few streaks of golden light suddenly flashed through his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his face. You're still trying to retaliate? Not bad, not bad. As expected of my first opponent since I was born. I really admire you. A few more streaks of golden light-type light transformed into blades as he spoke before stabbing into Lin's chest and limbs, nullifying the power that he had prepared in secret and completely sealing away his power before pinning him firmly to the crater in the ground. The power of the light continued to relentlessly disintegrate and absorb everything within Lin's body, and an indescribable excruciating pain made Lin's entire body convulse and tremble. This was the feeling of every single cell and every single bit of power being torn apart before being reduced to specks of light. In his current state, there was no way he could withstand such extreme power. Xian Yu arrived in front of Lin, lightly caressed Lin's bloodied face, and said, Say, if you obediently let me absorb you before, wouldn't you not have to suffer such great pain? I'll free you now. I won't hurt you any more. With a smile on his face, he reached out his pale white hand and pierced it into Lin's chest again. He held Lin's heart in his hand, feeling the beating of the heart and the supreme authority of darkness. What a wonderful power! This is the power that I have never been able to control. Xian Yu revealed an intoxicated look, his gaze gradually becoming greedy. This kind of power, how could it be given to someone like you to use? Only a perfect being like me deserves it. The Supreme Darkness Authority is mine from now on. Xian Yu's hand slowly exerted force. The radiance that erupted from his palm was currently nibbling away at the heart in his hand. The light was shining on everything, purifying everything, turning everything into light. And Lin wanted to resist with all his might, but Xian Yu's power was completely restricting him, and he was completely unable to struggle free. All he could do now was endure unimaginable pain and watch as death inched closer and closer to him. In reality, how much power could he possibly have with the support of a divine pill? How could he possibly be a match for the freaks created by the heavenly life god? Only now did Lin realize that he wasn't truly invincible. He could also tire, and he could also be defeated and killed. Ding dong. Detected that the host is facing imminent death. Are you willing to sacrifice 1/5 of your life force? You will receive unimaginable power. Note, the host only has 2/5 of his life force remaining. The panic and indignation in Lin's eyes were replaced by calmness. He couldn't die yet. He definitely couldn't be killed by something like this. I'm willing. At the last moment, he agreed to the system's suggestion. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent as soon as his voice fell. Xian Yu felt like it was time as he had seen the Supreme Darkness Authority. Ha ha ha. The Supreme Darkness Authority is mine. He chortled with glee as he plucked at Lin's heart, and then his hand disappeared. Xian Yu's pupils contracted as he realized that something was amiss. Do you want it? Then I'll give it to you. And Lin's eyes were as black as ink as he stared at Lin calmly. The sword of light in his body was engulfed by darkness at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Let's see if you can accept it. Darkness. Xian Yu suddenly discovered that his arm had already been engulfed by darkness and was completely annihilated. How could this be? His expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly retreated. And Lin pointed a finger at Xian Yu, and a black light suddenly blossomed from within Xian Yu's head. It was as if a black lotus had suddenly bloomed, instantly engulfing Lin's head. Everything happened so quickly. It was also so quiet. There was no earth-shattering movement. However, it was extremely direct and efficient. The black lotus left as quickly as it came. In the blink of an eye, Xian Yu became a headless body, rolling on the ground like a rag before stopping. And Lin stood up and said, while looking at Xian Yu, his tone was indifferent, "See, I'll even give you the darkness flower, but if you can't accept it, what can I do?" Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled. A huge amount of earth power crazily surged out from the ground. It formed a 300,000 zhang tall, greenish-yellow stone giant. And Lin frowned slightly. At this moment, the greenish-yellow stone giant spread its arms, and 99 incredibly thick and solid arms suddenly appeared behind it. They clenched their mountain-like fists at the same time, and with extremely explosive earth power, they smashed downwards like countless falling meteors. What a show-off! And Lin threw a punch at the greenish-yellow stone giant. The translucent black fist wind was like a funnel-shaped afterimage. It started from a single point, but when it reached the 300,000 zhang tall stone giant, it became a black afterimage that covered its entire body. The 99 thick and solid arms were all shattered at this moment. Then they were crushed into nothingness by the black afterimage. Finally, they crashed into the stone giant's body, causing it to tremble before dispersing like dust. What earth power! What ancient gods! All of them were annihilated by this punch. And Lin turned around and saw that Xian Yu's headless body was already glowing with a green light. An extremely rich life force caused his body to quickly split apart, and in the blink of an eye, a new head was formed. However, he no longer looked like he was the most powerful person in the entire world. Instead, he retreated frantically and stared at Lin with an incomprehensible expression. "Who on earth are you?" "Me. I'm Lin. Don't you guys like to call me the Heavenly Darkness God?" and Lin's lips curled up as he looked at the other party with a mocking expression. Impossible. How could the heavenly darkness, God, be so powerful? You must be some kind of special existence or possess some kind of special power. An expression of shock and horror appeared on Xian Yu's face, and he made no attempt to disguise the shock and horror in his heart. Special power? And Lin blinked and carefully examined his own power for the first time. His normal power level had already reached a level where he could look down on the entire continent. However, the power he had obtained after sacrificing his life seemed to be even more powerful than the power he had obtained during his battle with the heavenly earth god. The system had said that this was an unimaginable power for the host. Now, it looked like it really was unimaginable in the past as Tao body was unimaginable. Now that he had reached the Tao integration stage, it was still unimaginable. He couldn't describe that feeling. However, he knew that this was the feeling of invincibility. Chapter 21-24. And Lin felt like he had transcended beyond heaven and earth and was in complete control of everything. He didn't transcend heaven and earth and transcend beyond the three realms. However, he had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao in the three realms. That's right, even the heavens were helping him. And Lin came to a realization at this moment. He understood why there was such a disparity between the paramount heavenly gods and the heavenly Tao. This was all because the heavenly Tao's subconsciousness was able to restrict the powers of the heavenly gods in a different way. And Lin's current state was similar to that of the heavenly Tao's most beloved being, allowing him to unleash a large portion of the heavenly Tao's power. What are you smiling about? Xian Yu discovered that Lin was smiling, and it was a smile that sent chills running down his spine. Didn't you say that you are the most perfect life form, the most beloved child of the heavens? And Lin's smile widened even further as he looked at Xian Yu. Of course, I can borrow any power from the heavenly Tao, and I can also absorb all of its power, Xian Yu replied in an extremely earnest manner. However, in the next instant, he was greeted by the sight of Lin's fist. Don't be afraid, conquer all fear, and do your best to face him. There must be a time limit for Lin to become more powerful. As long as I can endure through this, I'll definitely be the one to win. Many thoughts flashed through Xian Yu's mind at this moment, which then transformed into boundless battle intent. Not only did a perfect life form know how to avoid harm, but it also had the ability to conquer all fear and unleash miraculous power in the face of dire straits. Thousand Light God Fist. He roared as his fist transformed into countless projections, all of which were like countless suns hanging in the sky, instantly blinding any living being. Even in the faraway Yutong city, one could still see extremely dazzling light piercing through everything in the west, as if there were countless mighty gods bombarding a certain being on the ground. What a showy display! And Lin unleashed another fist. The ink-like darkness swallowed all light in an instant. In that instant, Xian Yu felt as if he had been plunged into eternal darkness. The boundless light unleashed by his fist was fleeting in comparison to the eternal darkness. Darkness was the only law that ruled over all eternity. Immediately afterward, his arm was devoured by the darkness. No. He woke up in an instant, and the world reappeared. His arm had already been erased from this world by Lin, and the darkness was still spreading towards his body. Chaotic life art, infinite reincarnation. Xian Yu's figure explosively retreated, his eyes flashing with green radiance. His arm suddenly showed signs of recovering, rapidly forming flesh and blood. And Lin rushed towards immortal cosmos with even greater speed, his aura gloomy and deep, but also supreme, as if he was an unmatched deity overlooking the world. Even someone like you is worthy of reincarnation. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the life god that Xian Yu had just used seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying. It immediately dissipated in fright, and Samsara also collapsed at this moment. How is this possible, my strength? Shock appeared on Xian Yu's face. At this moment, and Lin's fist had already landed on Xian Yu's face. Bam! Xian Yu's head exploded again. This time it was even more thorough. Even his body was devoured by the darkness in the next second. However, not long after Lin retracted his fist, the ground suddenly split open. A sapling emerged from the ground, and then quickly grew, growing into a towering tree. Then, at the top of the tree, a giant flower bud suddenly appeared. After the flower bud opened, a man wearing a flower dress, more beautiful than countless fairies, slowly floated out. His aura was extremely powerful, but the gaze with which he looked at Lin was filled with fear. And Lin did not seem surprised by his resurrection, and instead said with a smile, "Did you see that? You said that you can borrow everything that the heavenly law gives you, and that you are the most doted on by the heavenly law. The heavenly law can lend things to you, and I can make the heavenly law take back what it lent to you. What does this mean?" Xian Yu's expression became extremely ugly. "It means that the heavenly law dotes on you more." And Lin shook his head. "No, it means that I am your papa." Xian Yu. Just when Xian Yu was angered to the point where his emotions were incoherent, and Lin once again launched an attack. The fist was so fast that Xian Yu could not keep up at all. He could only see a wave of energy instantly arrive in front of him, and then his body exploded again. Bam! The darkness dissipated, and Lin swung his arm and looked in another direction. "It's a little troublesome. Originally, I wanted to completely devour its life force. But this brat's life force is especially tenacious. Every time I injure his origin, I still can't kill him. It seems like the goddess of life has really invested a lot in him," and Lin walked towards a certain direction, step by step. There was a small sapling that was currently growing into a towering tree, and Lin directly uprooted that tree. Then he used darkness to directly devour that tree. A second later, a flower bud grew out of the ground, and a person directly jumped out. That person was precisely Xian Yu. He was so scared that he did not follow the steps. The moment he came out, he ran into the distance without even turning his head back, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Too strong. Really too strong. The current him, how could he still dare to say that he was the most perfect life form? How could he still dare to look down on Lin? When he fought against Lin, he was completely beaten up and could not see any hope of winning at all. Moreover, he was constantly facing the threat of death. This kind of battle was not what he wanted, even if the goddess of life gave him a mission. But at this moment, his life was the most important. How could he care about the mission? No matter what order, what mission, it could not stop his desire to live. A perfect life form, it was just that real. And Lin looked at Xian Yu's sorry figure as he ran. It was extremely similar to how he was when he was running before. There really was reincarnation in the heavens, and retribution was not pleasant. A black light followed the ground, piercing through the void, attacking from behind, breaking through Xian Yu's earth armor, and piercing through his body from the back, causing him to vomit blood and tumble to the ground. No! He fell to the ground and clenched the void towards Lin. Densely packed, white, divine patterns outlined the heaven and earth, forming an invincible sky restriction, trapping Lin in the center. And Lin formed a finger with both hands and slashed at that restriction in the void. The incomparably powerful restriction in Xian Yu's eyes was easily slashed apart by Lin just like that. In the next instant, Lin had already traversed through space, arriving in front of Xian Yu. Xian Yu was just about to resist with his life on the line, but countless dark heavenly swords already fell from the sky, nailing his hands and feet, as well as his entire body to the ground. It was a feeling of déjà vu again, and Lin looked down at Xian Yu, who was in an extremely sorry state, unable to move at all, and said, "I really pity you. Not long after you were born, you are about to be beaten back to your mother's womb by me and reconstructed. You can't kill me," Xian Yu said through clenched teeth. "Do you think that just because you have the source of life and reincarnation, I can't kill you." And Lin laughed. Xian Yu's entire body trembled. The shock on his face could no longer be concealed. "You actually know?" At this time, and Lin's hand was already pressed against Xian Yu's chest. One after another, curved blade-like dark curse imprints extended from his palm, covering Xian Yu's body. Don't kill me." Xian Yu's voice trembled as he begged for mercy, his eyeballs flowing out, crying like a baby. "As long as you promise not to kill me, I can listen to anything you say. I can accept any request you have." When Enlin heard this, he lightly sighed. "Sorry, I am not interested in men. Everything you have, I have already taken away." As he spoke, his palm began to exert force. The purest and deepest darkness wrapped around the flower-dressed male, completely dragging him into the endless darkness. Chapter 21-25. In the central region of the Tai-Chu continent, at the center of the White Nectar Sea, the dense leaves of a world tree that was as tall as the sky was rustling. The life goddess sat on a branch and looked up at the rising sun in the east with a smile on her face. "The sun has already risen, so it's time for this battle to end. The heavenly earth god has died, and the heavenly darkness god has returned to the heavenly Tao. Is there a better ending than this?" The woman used her slender fingers to twirl a strand of dark green hair on the side of her face. Her orange-yellow eyes were particularly bright and enchanting under the sunlight as she said with an expectant expression, "As long as this battle is over, we can execute our next plan perfectly." A pale head began to appear in the sky. "Are we really not going to help? And Lin is no ordinary person. So what if he's powerful? Can't you see that he's already at the end of his rope? Xian, you only went there to reap his life." The life goddess leaned her slender body against the tree trunk and said with a satisfied expression, "Even if Enlin is still at the pinnacle of his combat prowess, Xian Yu is not afraid of him. Don't forget that he has been acknowledged by Yumi, as well as the 4 paramount heavenly gods of earth and light. He is a mighty being who is proficient in using the 4 paramount heavenly gods. The purpose of Enlin's existence is merely to serve as a sword testing stone for the immortal universe." The head in the sky thought to itself for a moment before asking, "What if the heavenly darkness god still has more trump cards that he can use to increase his life force? Didn't the heavenly sea god say that he's already used them?" The heavenly life goddess asked. "We can't just go with whatever he says." The heavenly heaven god was still a little concerned. "Would he lie to us? Don't forget that he's our ally, and he played a part in killing the heavenly earth god. If he doesn't stand with us, who else can he stand with?" The heavenly life goddess was very dismissive of the heavenly heaven god's concerns. Even if Enlin can still sacrifice his life force to unleash his power, he'll only be able to unleash his Tao true form at most, right? That's already the limit of the heavenly darkness god. Even if Xian Yu can't deal with him, he should be able to get away and inform us of his whereabouts. The heavenly heaven god thought about it for a moment, and it did make sense. In reality, it still wanted to participate in the battle. However, it recalled that they had promised not to participate in this battle. If it went back on its word, then it would lose its dignity as a paramount heavenly god, so it could only give up after a brief moment of deliberation. And Lin with low HP. How could Xian Yu lose? The most important thing for a chess player was to observe the situation. They only needed to lay out their pieces and not do everything themselves. The next step was to wait for the fruits to be harvested. However, the heavenly heaven god's expression suddenly shifted. "Something's wrong. The range of my space domain has been cut off once again." The heavenly life goddess brows furrowed slightly. "Could it be that Xian Yu used your power to create this space? Impossible. Why would he use this ability for no reason? He would love nothing more than for us to see him kill Enlin with his own 2 hands. The heavenly heaven god immediately denied this speculation. A grave expression instantly appeared on the heavenly life goddess face. There aren't many beings in this world that can block your detection, right? Heavenly God technique, eye of the heavens. A gargantuan golden eye appeared at the very center of the battlefield, looking down at the scenes unfolding below. However, all it could see was a vast expanse of inky black darkness, as if it had been blinded by something. It's not the ocean. The ocean is beyond the range of the detection, and it's definitely not light, darkness. It's definitely the heavenly darkness God who did this. The heavenly heaven God's voice was already becoming more and more excited. The heavenly life goddess abruptly stood up and prepared to rush toward the battlefield. Right at this moment, a burst of excruciating pain suddenly erupted from within her body. Her body was bent over from the pain, and she gripped tightly onto her heart. The pain was simply too intense, and she couldn't help but let loose a low cry of pain. Life? What's wrong? The heavenly heaven God was a little flustered by this series of events. Xianyu, my Xianyu. The heavenly life goddess body shuddered. She was in pain, but also from rage. She knew what this pain represented. The essential life force that she had left behind for Xianyu had been completely engulfed. Xianyu was her greatest masterpiece. He was born with invincible combat prowess, and not only could he use many paramount heavenly gods, but he could even absorb paramount heavenly gods for his own use. His cultivation aptitude and comprehension abilities were also important factors, and his potential was extremely terrifying. On top of that, he possessed the essential life force and essential reincarnation, so there was almost no way that he would die. How could such a powerful being be killed after being born for less than a day? The heavenly life goddess was filled with grief and confusion. She couldn't believe this was reality. How could this be? How could Xianyu have been killed by Enlin? Setting aside Xianyu's invincible combat prowess, just his undying nature of reincarnation means that no one would be able to kill him, not even me. How could Enlin have done this? No, something must have happened. It's fake. Everything is fake. The heavenly life goddess was still in doubt when the heavenly heaven God let loose a cry of surprise. The detection has been lifted. It really is him. It really is Enlin. The heavenly life goddess body swayed slightly, but she still managed to compose herself before asking with a final ray of hope in her eyes, "Where's Xianyu? How is he?" Aside from the signs of an intense battle, there's no one else to be seen, the heavenly heaven God replied. The heavenly life goddess face paled. She knew what this entailed. Enlin had slaughtered Xianyu to the point where not even a single strand of hair remained. He had completely devoured Xianyu. Enlin, you and I are irreconcilable. The heavenly life goddess rose to her feet in a thunderous rage, and the entire heavens and earth began to tremor violently as her wrath spread throughout heaven and earth. "I'm going to kill him," the heavenly life goddess roared. "There's no need," the heavenly heaven God replied. "What is it?" The heavenly life goddess looked up at the massive ancient head in the sky with a perplexed expression. "Because he's already flying toward us," the heavenly heaven God wore a grave expression. The heavenly life goddess. What was going on? He was flying toward them. And Lin was definitely aware that the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven God were on the world tree. But even so, he still chose to fly toward them. What did this mean? Could it be that he was confident that he could defeat the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven God in a one-on-two battle? How dare he? Does he really think he's invincible just because he killed Xianyu and the earth god? I'm going to avenge my Xianyu as well. An extremely astonishing killing intent erupted from the heavenly life goddess body, and she slapped the trunk of the world tree before pulling out an embroidery needle that was shimmering with boundless divine light. Chapter 21-26. And Lin was quickly approaching the world tree. In the extremely far distance, there was another heavenly sea god who was trembling uncontrollably. He only dared to observe the battle from afar and didn't dare to approach or speak. He was the only bystander who had witnessed Lin's entire battle, and it was exactly because of this that he knew just how terrifying Lin was. He had pummeled Xian Yu like he was pummeling a child. Xian, you didn't even have a chance to retaliate, and even escape was an extravagant hope. A paramount heavenly god? Sorry, I'll beat the crap out of you. If someone else wanted to fight two paramount heavenly gods at the same time, the heavenly sea god would definitely scoff at them. However, if that person was Lin, then the heavenly sea god was starting to worry about his life and the safety of the sky. I was wrong beyond belief. So this is the power Lin obtained after sacrificing his life? F***CK. How can a paramount heavenly god be so powerful? The heavenly sea god's expression was still as fearful as ever. Just where was this Lin going to lead this war? At this moment, a black figure had already covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers. He soon arrived at the border of the White Nectar Sea, and Lin looked up at the massive tree at the center of the White Nectar Sea and heaved a faint sigh as he sensed two extremely powerful auras bearing hostility toward him. What a pity he didn't have much time left. Otherwise, he would definitely have to take down those two paramount heavenly gods first. Even though I don't have much time, I can still do one last thing. And Lin slowly drew his evil slaying sword and looked up at the massive white ocean, as well as the lush green world tree, and he gently swung his sword through the air. Evil sword technique, final technique, eternal night, and Lin slashed toward the world tree in the distance. Heaven and earth were instantly plunged into complete darkness. Even the two paramount heavenly gods at the summit of the world tree felt as if they had been plunged into a vast expanse of darkness. They were unable to see or sense anything. However, they could still vaguely sense that an earth-shattering attack was rapidly approaching them. We're not his target this time. The heavenly life goddess expression shifted again. The heavenly heaven god let loose an enraged roar and used the power of the heavens to tear through the darkness. Then they witnessed a soul-stirring scene. An inky black crescent sword projection pierced through the White Nectar Sea, engulfing the sea and space in its path as it flew toward the world tree. And Lin's target was the world tree. The two paramount heavenly gods suddenly came to a realization. They immediately rushed towards the sword slash, but their speed was still too slow. Or rather, the speed of the sword was simply too fast. The pitch-black crescent sword slashed across thousands of miles and struck the giant tree trunk that was still glowing with divine light. There was no sound at all. It was like a big knife sinking into cheese. Layers of defensive arrays were torn apart and swallowed. The top-grade defense of the world tree was laughably weak in front of this sword. The dark sword slash easily devoured everything in the tree trunk. It cut through and destroyed everything in its path. It was like a black light that could devour the heavens and the earth. Nothing could resist it, including the majestic world tree. It was cut in half. A neat cut appeared on the world tree. The gargantuan world tree was tilting and plummeting toward the ocean. No! The heavenly life goddess roared with grief and indignation. And Lin, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The heavenly life goddess was about to go insane with rage. Not only had Lin killed Xian Yu, whom she regarded as his own child, but he was also tearing down her home with his sword. This was not something that a human could do. However, before she had a chance to vent her rage, Lin raised his sword high into the air. Whoosh! He unleashed another sword slash. This sword slash pierced through the sky, connecting the heavens above and the ocean below, and it was powerful enough to slice all things in half in an instant. It sliced the white ocean in half, and it also sliced the sky in half. The sword slash left a bottomless, inky black fissure in its wake. This was an extremely terrifying scene. There was nothing in this world that it couldn't slice through. Anyone who saw this would be struck by a sense of horror. He's not targeting us either. The heavenly heaven god discovered that the sword wasn't coming from their direction. Could it be? The heavenly life goddess suddenly came to a sudden realization as she turned toward the massive gate of light behind the world tree. And Lin was going to slice through the central, heavenly gate as well. "You've gone too far." The heavenly life goddess was enraged, and her body transformed into a streak of green light that hurtled toward the black sword slash at an even faster speed. She had been careless last time and failed to protect the world tree, but she was not going to let Lin get away with this central, heavenly gate. Wait, life. The heavenly heaven god suddenly stopped the heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess had been bullied to this extent by Lin, so how could she tolerate this? "Lin, this is my territory. There's no place for you to run amok." An extremely terrifying power erupted from the heavenly life goddess body, and the divine light from her green divine halo instantly engulfed the entire heavens. An exquisitely beautiful figure stood in the way of the black sword projection. She instantly unleashed her 9th level, heavenly god defensive barrier. In the next instant, the black sword blade had already struck the defensive barrier, and it was immediately engulfed again and again. How could this be? The heavenly life goddess's eyes widened before she was also engulfed by the darkness without any hesitation. In that instant, she saw true darkness. This was darkness that could return everything to its origin and eternity. It was far too pure, far too powerful, so powerful that she didn't know how to defend herself. The heavenly life goddess' flawless body was sliced in half just like that. The black sword projection continued to slice through the heavens and the ocean as it hurtled toward the central heavenly gate. There was nothing that could stop its advance. My full power strike isn't that easy to defend against. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. It's over. The power of poison imbued within the black sword projection began to erupt. It was as if 2 gargantuan mouths had engulfed 2 massive pillars, and the peerlessly powerful sword might even tore the passageway between the 2 worlds into shreds. This central heavenly gate was the life heavenly gate, and it had to be broken by the power of a heavenly god. It was all thanks to the heavenly poison god under the heavenly life goddess that Lin was able to easily break through the gate. The central heavenly gate began to collapse and contract. The massive world tree slowly fell. Although all of this took a long time to describe, only a few seconds had actually passed, and Lin sighed with emotion upon seeing this. After obtaining invincible power, any kind of hopeless situation, any kind of thing that seemed impossible in the past could now be easily achieved. This was the allure of power. With this in mind, and Lin slowly raised his sword again. Chapter 21-27. A large number of divine patterns began to appear on Lin's evil-slaying sword, and a peculiar dark energy was also injected relentlessly into the blade of the sword, elevating its power to an extremely terrifying level. The 2 halves of the heavenly life god's body fused back together. Her features were deathly pale, and her body trembled with rage as she looked at the fallen world tree and the collapsed central heavenly gate. However, she had no choice but to repress her rage due to a sense of wariness. What is Lin trying to do? The heavenly life god gritted her teeth. At this moment, Lin suddenly stabbed his evil-slaying sword into the ground. Inky black vein patterns began to spread, exuding extremely profound energy. The veined patterns intertwined to form a gargantuan killing formation. Not only that, but this killing formation seemed to be resonating with the heaven-crushing formation that encompassed the entire Tai Chu continent, thereby borrowing the power of the heaven-crushing formation. The heavenly heaven god and the heavenly life god's eyelids twitched involuntarily. If the power of this formation were to be unleashed, it would definitely be unimaginable. But what is he doing with this formation? The heavenly heaven god was perplexed. It could sense that this formation was activated passively and not an active attack formation. This would not be of much use in the upcoming battle. If you dare to set foot on this continent within 3 days, I'll kill you. and Lin pulled out his evil-slaying sword and departed. The heavenly life god and the heavenly heaven god's eyes widened as they drew sharp intakes of breath. He's just gone. Perhaps he doesn't have much power left, or perhaps the time limit for his explosive power is up. The heavenly heaven god's eyes flashed with a faint light. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill him while he's down. The heavenly life god was already on the verge of exploding. She hated Enlin the most, and she wanted nothing more than to kill Enlin 3,000 times over. However, she was stopped by the heavenly heaven god. Calm down, life god. Don't you see that formation? And Lin doesn't even need to do anything for that formation to force us to unleash our Tao true form. The heavenly heaven god used clouds and mist to bind the heavenly life god's heavenly god body and poured a torrential waterfall onto the heavenly life god's head. The heavenly life goddess's entire body was drenched in sweat, and her eyes, which are supposed to be enchanting, were filled with rage. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably, and one could imagine just how furious she was and just how powerful her killing intent was. But we're letting him go just like that? He killed my immortal universe, chopped down my world tree and central heavenly gate. Yet we didn't even dare to let out a fart, letting him swagger off just like that? The heavenly heaven god's body shuddered upon hearing this. Damn it. It would have been better if he hadn't summarized it. Now that he had, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The heavenly heaven god was struck by the urge to join the heavenly life goddess in slashing Enlin to pieces. But in the next second, he calmed down and instantly poured a few waterfalls on his head. We have to take revenge, but not now. When the ocean recovers from its injuries, we can activate the three-phase true heavenly reincarnation formation, and we'll be able to kill Enlin even without using our Tao true form. Damn it. The heavenly life goddess was about to burst into tears from rage, and she gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. He's trying to scare us into staying away from that continent for 3 days with just a formation? Who does he think he is? I'm going to kill him. Just as her voice trailed off, the heavenly heaven god poured a few more waterfalls on the heavenly life goddess's head. Calm down, Yutong City. The tens of millions of heaven-crushing United Army soldiers and heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, witnessed an astonishing scene. In the distant white nectar sea, an inky black crescent moon pierced through the sky before crashing down upon the towering world tree. The great and eternal life form that symbolized the everlasting greenwood tree was directly sliced into two by the black crescent moon. The world tree had fallen. The holy, mighty, and inviolable world tree, which symbolized the flourishing vitality of the heavenly human tribe and was the pride and spiritual pillar of the heavenly human tribe, slowly fell toward the white nectar sea amid a cracking sound. Countless heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, were crushed again by the heavenly earth god's attacks. My world tree has been cut down? No, this is absolutely impossible. It's fake. It must be fake. There's still the supreme heavenly God up there. Why? Could it be that they've given up on us? Ha ha ha. It's over. It's all over. The morale of the heavenly human tribe was on the brink of collapse. On the other hand, the heaven-crushing sex-allied army's morale was soaring. Ha ha ha. The world tree has fallen. That black slash was definitely done by sect leader Enlin. Grandmaster Enlin is awesome. To think that he could even fight his way into the enemy's lair. Oh, God, and is so handsome. How could there be such an outstanding and powerful man in this world? I love him to death. Enlin is way too bad *SS. Not only did he kill the heavenly earth god, but he also cut down the world tree. If he can destroy the central heavenly gate as well, then he'll be invincible. Our heaven-crushing United Army has to work hard to kill these F*King, heavenly human tribe B*stards. The heaven-crushing United Army was as if they had been injected with stimulants. and they continued to fight with all their might. Their battle line was being pushed forward relentlessly. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army was on the brink of collapse. Right at this moment, another earth-shattering sword projection appeared over the white nectar sea. It pierced through heaven and earth, engulfing all things, and the extremely sharp sword intent sliced the entire pure white sea in half. Immediately afterward, a green divine light spread over the entire sky. The boundless power of the essential life force shocked the entire world. It's the Heavenly Life Goddess. This is great. The Heavenly Life Goddess will definitely be able to kill Enlil. In the next second, the black sword projection engulfed the green divine light of life before continuing onward. All of the Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings. Bam! It was as if it had collided with something. The black sword projection exploded violently, engulfing the white mist. The main body of the central heavenly gate, then, appeared from within the white mist, but had been reduced to nothingness, as well as the destruction of the passageway between the two worlds. The central heavenly gate had been destroyed. All of the Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings were completely dumbstruck. It was as if their beliefs were quickly crumbling. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart, as if there was a tsunami. Destroyed, the entire world was destroyed. Even the heaven-crushing United Army was astonished, let alone them. Holy F*** CK. Sect leader Enlil, do you have to be so ridiculous? He just said that he would be invincible after destroying the central heavenly gate, but he's already invincible in the next second. Sect leader Enlil is so bad SS. It's a done deal. From this day forth, Godin is my God. We have to hold on to our advantage. That's right, charge. The confidence of the heaven-crushing United Army was through the roof, and they charged forward with even greater fervor. One earth-shattering event after another had pushed their battle intent and morale to a new peak. The morale of the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army was on the brink of collapse, and it completely crumbled at this moment. They were completely routed. Chapter 21-28. Retreat. Retreat. Run. The Heavenly Human Tribe United Army fled for their lives. Not only were the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army fleeing, but all of the heavenly gods were also fleeing. Heavenly Temperature God, Heavenly Slaughter God, Heavenly Noise God, Heavenly Solitary Star God, and Heavenly Hundred Flowers God were all severely wounded. They had thought that they could hold on for a while, but what if the paramount heavenly gods came to their rescue? But what happened? The paramount heavenly earth god fell, the world tree was shattered, and the central heavenly gate was shattered. The paramount heavenly gods couldn't even protect the gate, so they didn't have time to save them. They knew that they couldn't take down Yutong City, so they chose to retreat without any hesitation. Everyone began to flee for their lives. The battle line quickly retreated. Countless spell techniques exploded within the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army, leaving countless enemy corpses strewn across the ground. The first to flee were the major powers of the Tai Chu continent. The beings of the Dark Marshlands, the Creation Realm, the Void Spirit Realm, and the Western Dragon Forest fled the fastest without any hesitation. They wanted to be bootlickers and find someone to rely on, but in the end, the Heavenly Human Tribe was crushed by Enlil on his own. Enlil was going to defy the natural order. The living beings of the Creation Realm were the most conflicted. They were on good terms with the Celestial Court, but they had chosen to oppose them on such an important matter. The most important factor for a tribe was reproduction and inheritance. In order to achieve this, they were willing to kill other living beings on the Tai Chu continent. They had initially thought that they were right. The Heavenly Human Tribe was simply too powerful, and there was no hope for them to rebel against the heavens. Only by submitting to them would they be able to survive. But now, the heaven-crushing United Army's string of victories had slapped them in the face. Hongdo almost wanted to surrender. He wanted to hug Enlin's leg and beg him to take him in. However, he also knew that Enlin probably wouldn't forgive him. This was the path that their tribe had chosen, and they had to continue down this path, even with tears in their eyes. Spell techniques rained down relentlessly. The heaven-crushing United Army was still in hot pursuit. The heavenly human tribe United Army's casualties continued to mount. The heaven-punishing formation had already unleashed its sixth-strike meteor rain. Countless flaming meteorites appeared above the spell formation before crashing down upon the fleeing heavenly human tribe cultivators. Each flaming meteor contained terrifying power. Not only did they have strong kinetic energy, but they were also covered in extremely fierce flames. The shock wave when they crashed into the ground could cause the ground within a kilometer to crack, and the explosion of flames could burn everything around them into ashes. There were tens of thousands of these terrifying meteors covering almost the entire battlefield. The calamity of destruction had arrived. This was the baptism of a map cannon. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly human tribe or the allied forces, all of them felt as if doomsday had arrived. They didn't dare to resist or fight back. They could only choose to escape. The despair of being killed at any moment and the terror of being hunted down by countless powerful enemies made them experience the tragic defeat that the heaven-crushing United Army had once experienced. "I'll cover your retreat." At that moment, a dignified yet tragic voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. A sword light that was as dazzling as white lightning pierced through the sky and cut more than half of the meteorites in the sky into ashes. All of the heavenly human tribe United Army soldiers who were in the face of the fiery meteor shower were dumbstruck. They felt as if they had just been rescued from a hopeless situation. There was a mighty figure protecting them. It's the heavenly sword god. The heavenly sword god has already activated his 9th divine halo, so he can't survive. However, he can create an opportunity for us to retreat. Hurry up and run. He risked his life for us, so we have to cherish this opportunity. The heavenly sword god's actions became the only ray of warm light among the crumbling, heavenly human tribe United Army. Some of the heavenly human tribe soldiers were even shedding tears. On this tragic battlefield, there was also a ray of warm light. All of them cherished this opportunity and fled even more quickly. The heavenly sword god was just about to destroy all of the remaining meteors when a slap was already upon him at an extremely fast speed. Bam! The heavenly sword god had no time to react, and his body was deformed as his body crashed toward the ground. That's what you get for flexing. Demon Emperor C, you roared with rage. The heavenly sword god hadn't even crawled up from the ground when the nightmarish fist crashed down upon his face again. That's what you get for abandoning me and refusing to fight me. Boom! Another blood-curdling wail erupted, and the heavenly sword god was almost knocked unconscious by the fist. Who gave you the courage to fight me and act tough at the same time? Boom, boom, boom. Demon Emperor Siyu unleashed a flurry of punches toward the heavenly sword god. The heavenly sword god's face was bruised and swollen, and his entire body was on the verge of being crippled. His body was riddled with severe injuries, and he had no time to care about the meteor shower. Heavenly sword god. Wah. Heavenly sword god. The heavenly human tribe United Army was struck by an indescribable sense of grief, awkwardness, and exasperation upon discovering that their only light had been pummeled. After thinking for a moment, they decided to channel their grief and indignation into strength and continue to flee. Being beaten and running all the way, he looked miserable. Right at this moment, the heavenly human tribe United Army suddenly discovered that there was a black that flying toward them at high speed. Look, there's a cultivator up ahead. That cultivator is, for some reason, all of the heavenly human tribe United Army's heartbeats stopped at the sight of that man's face. They could no longer hear the terrifying spell techniques and battle cries behind them. The only thing that remained in their minds was that man's face, a face that struck fear into their hearts. Tage, that's Enlin. It's Enlin. It's over. and Lin is in front of us, and there are pursuers behind us. They're trying to wipe out the entire heavenly human tribe. A heaven pioneer, stage, great general grimaced with despair on his face. Even a great general was in such a state, so one could imagine just how devastated and despairing the heavenly human tribe united army was. That's right, that black-robed man was none other than Enlin. The power bestowed upon Enlin by the system had already disappeared when he set up the darkness spell formation to escape. In its place was boundless feebleness and exhaustion. However, he knew that he couldn't faint yet. On a battlefield like this, fainting would be the equivalent of handing over his life to the enemy. Hence, he forcibly swallowed a divine pill to refresh his mind before hurrying toward Yutong City. On his way back, he exchanged a glance with the heavenly sea god. The heavenly sea god was trembling uncontrollably and wished him a safe journey. He then left behind a few words of blessing before fleeing. He had clearly been scared less by Enlin, and Lin didn't think too much about this. All he wanted to do was go back. However, he had only just returned to the Yutong City battlefield when he encountered an army of tens of millions charging toward him, as well as a large number of Heaven Pioneer stage heavenly humans and a few heavenly gods. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Holy CK! He was already at the end of the line, and now an army of tens of millions was charging toward him. Just how much vengeance did they have? All he did was kill their leader, chop down their trees, and smash down their gates. Just how much vengeance did they have? And Lin was in despair. In his current state, he most likely couldn't even defeat a Heaven Pioneer stage great general. All of these people could easily drown him if they spat on him. Could it be that he and Lin was going to die here? Just as these thoughts were running through in Lin's mind, a peculiar scene unfolded. The ferocious heavenly human tribe army of tens of millions suddenly stopped in their tracks. An entire battlefield fell silent. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. All of them then chose to turn around and flee at the same time. Run! And Lin is here. And Lin. It really isn't Lin. Wah. Why is my life so miserable? CK. We're going to die anyway. Even if we die, we're going to take a few of them down with us. The army of tens of millions turned around and fled in unison, all of them wailing and cursing as they fled in Lin. And Lin stood alone in the frosty winds, unable to calm down for a long time. He scared away an army of tens of millions. Chapter 21-29. And Lin was a little dumbstruck. He was clearly in an extremely feeble state. With so many people attacking him, he was definitely going to be screwed. However, never would he have thought that before he even had a chance to beg for mercy or run away, the army of tens of millions would immediately turn tail and run. This made him realize just how bizarre this world was. Why did they run away? Are they scared of me? Am I that scary? And Lin simply couldn't understand why the heavenly human tribe united army would rather fight the heaven-crushing united army than face him. However, some of the heavenly human tribe powerful beings still managed to react in time. No, and Lin's condition is very bad. The heavenly temperature, God, suddenly said. That's right. I can sense that his aura is very weak. Both his physical condition and the power he's controlling are extremely weak. Heavenly goddess Wu Yin's eyes were tightly shut, but her flawless features seemed to be able to see through everything. Heavenly God Xing Ji nodded. After so many battles, even a human would be exhausted. The heavenly slaughter god raised the scythe in his hand, which means he's at his weakest right now, so this is the best time for us to kill him. All of the heavenly god's expressions shifted upon hearing this. How about we give it a try? A hint of eagerness flashed through the heavenly 100 flowers goddess's eyes. The heavenly slaughter god turned toward two powerful figures nearby. Great General Wu Jing, Great General Shandai, and Lin is already extremely feeble. You too attack Enlin and take his head. Wu Jing and Shan Dai almost burst into tears upon hearing this. Take Enlin's head? They wouldn't dare to do that even if they were insane. If he was really that feeble, why didn't you go and take his head? What was the difference between that and forcing them to deliver their heads? The two great generals were furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. If the heavenly gods wanted them to be cannon fodder, they had no choice but to do so. This was an instinctive obedience that had been branded into their bodies, and they had to obey the heavenly gods unconditionally. Thus, Great General Wu Jing and Great General Shan Dai charged toward Enlin with the determination to die. Heavenly Darkness God, let me, Wu Jing, fight you. A burly great general with pitch-black skin charged toward Enlin, and he referred to Enlin as the Heavenly Darkness God in order to make his death more tragic. Enlin, I'm going to avenge the Heavenly Earth God. Marshal Shandai's eyes were filled with tears, but she still pretended to be fierce. She charged at Enlin with 2 pink flower darts in her hands. Enlin hadn't expected that the first to charge over would be 2 Heaven Enlightenment Realm Marshals. In the face of Marshal Wu Jing's punch, he hurriedly punched back, along with a loud explosion. Marshal Wu Jing was pushed back dozens of meters by the force. However, what shocked him was that Enlin was sent flying hundreds of meters away. This, Marshal Wu Jing could not help but take a deep breath. He was able to knock back the Heavenly Darkness God with a single punch? Right at this moment, Marshal Shandai had already hurled the 2 pink flower darts in her hands. They tore through space in the blink of an eye, leaving 2 lethal crimson trails in their wake as they hurtled toward Enlin's head and heart at an extremely fast speed. Enlin hurriedly evaded the attack aimed at his head, but the dart aimed at his heart was unable to evade in time, and it grazed his body, leaving a small wound on his body. Shandai was also astonished. She was able to wound the Heavenly Darkness God. What was going on? Was she already this powerful? In the next instant, they realized that it wasn't that they were bad *SS rather. It was that Enlin's condition was very abnormal. It was very likely that he was currently in his weakest state. Marshal Wu Jing and Marshal Shandai's breathing accelerated at the same time. This was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity for them to make a name for themselves as great generals. Think about it. A mere Heaven Pioneer stage great general was able to slay a paramount heavenly god. How glorious was this? How glorious was this? Perhaps the heavenly light goddess would bestow upon them the heavenly god rank? With this in mind, the 2 great generals' attacks became even more ferocious. However, a few thunderous roars suddenly erupted from behind them. Heavenly Darkness God, your doomsday is here! Ha ha ha! I, the Heavenly Slaughter God, want to see who's stronger, you or me. Big Brother Enlin, come and play with me for a while. The 5 heavenly gods pounced toward Enlin at the same time. Their terrifying auras struck all living beings within a radius of several hundred kilometers with a sense of asphyxiation. Beams of divine light soared into the heavens, causing heaven and earth to change color. The 2 great generals who were just about to defeat Enlin wanted to cry upon seeing this. They were the cannon fodder, but the credit belonged to their leader. This was way too realistic. Enlin was initially able to hold his own against the pincer attack of the 2 great generals, but he was no longer able to remain calm at the sight of the 5 heavenly gods charging toward him at the same time. Were these lowly heavenly gods trying to beat Papa while he was down? Enlin was forced into dire straits again. He had no choice but to unleash his trump card. He took a deep breath and gaped open his mouth. Save me, Xiaolan! An almighty roar pierced through the heavens. The 5 heavenly gods charging toward Enlin suddenly felt a scorching sensation from behind them, as well as a sense of horror engulfing their entire bodies. It was clearly very hot, but their hearts were terrifyingly cold, and they couldn't help but shudder. They knew that this was a feeling of extreme coldness. Those who dare to touch me, Enlin, die. An enraged roar sounded like the cry of a vermilion bird. It was clear and resounding, and it was imbued with boundless power. The heavenly temperature, God didn't even have a chance to react before his body was torn apart. Ah! He let loose a wail of anguish. A figure in a jade dress flashed past behind him, and he didn't even get a chance to see what had happened before his body was sliced in half. And Lynn hadn't even had a chance to breathe when a peerlessly beautiful figure suddenly appeared before him. She held a divine sword in her hand, and her long black hair danced in the wind as she exuded a peerless aura. The heavenly gods who were charging toward Lynn all froze on the spot, and their smiles froze on their faces. And Lynn, we'll spare your pathetic life today. There's still time. We'll settle our scores in the future. Retreat! The heavenly gods all yelled before fleeing into the distance without even looking back. Even the heavenly gods had chosen to flee, so the rest of the heavenly human tribe united army immediately followed suit. Thus, a familiar scene unfolded once again. The heavenly human tribe united army fled into the distance with all their might, while the heaven-crushing united army reaped the spoils of war in a frenzy. This was truly a tragic scene, but it was only in the eyes of the heavenly human tribe united army. Su Xiaolan had initially wanted to chase after the heavenly gods, but she faltered upon seeing Lynn's expression. She retracted her aura and turned around. On her beautiful face, her eyes stared at the man who had just returned. She smiled and said, "You're back." And Lynn heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded with a smile at the beautiful celestial maiden before him. I'm back. Chapter 2130. The two of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces, and Lynn was just about to say something when Su Xiaolan threw herself at him, and he felt as if his entire body had been enshrouded in warmth and tenderness. And Lynn and Su Xiaolan embraced each other tightly. All of the heaven-crushing united army soldiers cheered and whistled at the sight of the two of them embracing each other in the sky. Some of the Light Wing clan members even used spell techniques to set off fireworks. The white dress and the azure-robed dress blended together perfectly in that instant, like a flower of hope and victory blooming on the battlefield. Victory! 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 All of the soldiers on the battlefield erupted into cheers. Kiss me! Kiss me! Kiss me! All of a sudden, some meddlesome living beings changed the direction of the battle, and Lynn looked at the woman before him. Her flawless features had already become as red as the setting sun, and her eyes were glowing with a vibrant light. She was clearly a little timid, but she was still looking at him with deep emotion, as if every second that she looked at him was worth every second of happiness. How could he not fall in love with a woman like this? And Lynn was unable to control himself, and he took the initiative to kiss her. Raucous cheers and screams erupted on the battlefield, and Lynn and Su Xiaolan couldn't care less about anything else as they continued to release their emotions. Even though both of his arms had been blown off during the battle, a war reporter still managed to grab a photographic crystal from his storage ring and capture this historic moment with trembling hands. He knew that this scene was going to be immortalized on the Tai-Chu continent. It represented the hope and victory of the heaven-crushing army, who dared to resist and pursue freedom and happiness. It was the kiss of hope for the heavenly human tribe, the kiss of victory, and the heaven-crushing army's desperate resistance against the heavenly human tribe. The battle on the central front of the heavenly human tribe had concluded. The heaven-crushing united army fought all the way to the White Jade Coast, forcing the heavenly human tribe and the Western Dragon tribe into the sky, while the Blood tribe and the Blood tribe fled into the ocean. Only after the two paramount heavenly gods issued a warning did the heaven-crushing united army stop in their tracks. They looked at the shattered world tree and the defunct central heavenly gate before retreating with satisfaction. This battle ended with a resounding victory for the heaven-crushing alliance. The heavenly human tribe united army of 200 million fought against the heaven-crushing army of 120 million. In the end, the heaven-crushing army turned the tables and killed over 140 million Heavenly Human Tribe United Army soldiers. In the end, the number of troops on both sides was about the same. There were over 50 million Heavenly Human Tribe United Army soldiers and over 50 million heaven-crushing army soldiers. The most delightful thing was the result of the battle between the top combatants. The paramount Heavenly Earth God had fallen. The Heavenly Wood God, Heavenly Transformation God, Heavenly Phoenix God, Heavenly Yin-Yang God, and Heavenly Sword God had all fallen. The world tree fell. The central heaven gate collapsed and was destroyed. The great victories of these top-notch battlefields were even more inspiring. All of the soldiers discovered that Enlil had won most of the battles on this battlefield on his own. It could be said that he had completely dominated the entire battlefield. No one, not even Dao integration stage super mighty figures, dared to imagine just how powerful he was. However, everyone knew that Enlil was truly worthy of being called the war god of the Tai Chu continent. That's right, in their hearts, the heavenly darkness god was secondary. The most important thing was that Enlil was the war god of the Tai Chu continent, the war god who was fighting for the lives of all living beings on the Tai Chu continent. The heaven-crushing army returned to Yutong City to recuperate, and the entire city became a sea of joy. The reports of victory from all fronts pushed the atmosphere to a climax. The West Sea Alliance defeated the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army of 70 million. Alliance leader Lan and Demon Lord Ling Gu perfectly suppressed the four heavenly gods. Furthermore, the Western Heavenly Gate was breached by Alliance leader Lan, Demon Lord Ling Gu, and Yu Feiyu. The Kingdom of the Nine States United Army defeated the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army of 150 million. The Celestial Arch displayed his invincible might and exhausted Heavenly God Donglong to death. Ao Xiaowu's Sleeping Fist was invincible, and she killed the Heavenly Eternal God on the way out of bed. Chang, he crushed the Heavenly Space God on the way out of bed. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake teamed up to bully the Heavenly Karma God into tears. The heaven-crushing sex land of eternal light successfully defended against the heavenly gods led by the Heavenly Light God. Within the Kingdom of the Nine States, the Heavenly Light God's trap was activated. Just as the Kingdom of the Nine States was about to be completely sealed in ice, the 4-9 Immortal sect rushed to the rescue and slew over 100 million snow ghost beasts. The Pavilion Lord of the Snow Pavilion, Shangguan Yi, awakened and progressed to the God of Creation stage before slaying 3 heavenly snow ghost gods in quick succession. When a world war broke out, there would always be some outstanding people who would become the topic of conversation for billions of living beings. At the same time, they would also be the belief and spiritual support of countless soldiers in battle. In this battle, all of the Tai Chu continent's defenses against the Heavenly Human Tribe were in full swing. When the final battle took place, the Tai Chu continent's defenses were in an extremely dire state. Who would have thought that after this battle, all of the Tai Chu continent's defenses would be able to turn the tables? This once again demonstrated just how much latent potential the living beings were able to unleash in a desperate situation. The defensive formation of Yutong City was activated. The interior of the city was decorated with lanterns, and fireworks lit up the night sky. A citywide celebratory banquet had begun. On a massive circular stage, all of the Lightwing clan stars were dancing and singing, while their comrades were eating, drinking, and having fun. Singing and laughter were the theme of the night, and Lin was the biggest contributor to this banquet, so he naturally had to give a speech to boost everyone's morale. He said things like, "I wanted to kill the Heavenly Yin-Yang God to avenge Wang Qin, but the Heavenly Earth God insisted on killing me." After a ferocious speech, and Lin began to drink with his friends. "Brother Wukong, I heard that you managed to poke the Heavenly Wood God to the core of the earth with a single pillar. You're so awesome. Let me propose a toast to you. And Lin draped his arm around son Wukong's neck and poured wine onto his blushing face. Sun Wukong chuckled as if he couldn't take it anymore. Don't call me big brother. And Lin, from this day forth, you're my big brother. I don't dare to boast in the face of your invincible divine might. Sun Wukong burped as he spoke before downing the wine that Enlin had delivered to him. Ha ha ha. You can't compare yourself to Enlin in everything. Brother Wukong, you should compare yourself to someone else. Otherwise, you're going to feel inferior sooner or later. Demon Emperor Siyu chortled with glee as he continued to pour wine into his stomach. He was truly a wine barrel, and no one could compare to him in terms of alcohol tolerance. Goku's lips twitched as he looked at Demon Emperor Siyu, who had pummeled the Heavenly Sword God to the point where the Heavenly Sword God had detonated his 9th divine halo in a suicidal fashion. Goku's lips twitched as he thought to himself, compared to you, it's also very painful. He then looked at the smiling divine Phoenix Maiden and the forthright Yun Menjing. Finally, his gaze fell upon Michael, who was still being dominated by the heavenly temperature god, even though he was in critical condition. Sigh, Brother White Wing, I can only compare myself to you. Sun Wukong drained another mouthful of wine from Michael's neck. Michael. Chapter 2131. Michael felt quite aggrieved. How did they end up talking about him? You guys can continue chatting. What's the meaning of bringing me along? Even though I found the severely wounded heavenly temperature god and tried to bully them instead, I was still able to hold off a heavenly god at the very least. Michael was feeling quite depressed. There were countless media outlets all over the continent praising this battle, but compared to the battling Buddha and heavenly wood god, there were pitifully few reports about him. He was quite handsome, so why couldn't he make the headlines? He could at least make the headlines in the Holy Land of Elysium or the Garden of Eden. However, reality was cruel. Even though he was the most powerful being in the Holy Land of Elysium, and that was his territory, there were very few reports about him in the news. There was news about the heavenly darkness god Enlin, the divine phoenix Maiden Su Xiaolan, the West Sea Alliance Lan Xiaoni, the invincible celestial court emperor Celestial Darch, the holy maiden of ice and snow Shangwan Yi, the moon goddess Chang Yi, and so on. Even the battling Buddha was more popular than him. Sigh, I'm probably the most insignificant heavenly disciple candidate in history. With this in mind, Michael looked at the battling Buddha with a grin on his face and decided to drink the divine wine in one gulp. Who cares? What's the point of thinking so much? It's fine as long as we win. After having a few drinks with the heavenly disciple candidates, Enlin went to drink with the immortals of the Divine Essence Pavilion. There had been over 100 returned to Void Stage exalted immortals, but only 80 or so remained. Even the immortal King Wangqin had sacrificed himself. All of the immortals were saddened, but they knew that this was already a very good outcome for a battle of this caliber. Sect leader, I would like to propose a toast to you. Yan Ji made her way over with a smile on her face, and her eyes shone with the light of autumn. Everyone says that people of the Tai Chu continent like to infuse their Dao realm into the wine they drink. Would you like to taste my Dao realm? Yan Ji asked with an expectant expression. Of course. And Lin accepted the cup of wine from Yan Ji and gulped it down in one gulp. He was then greeted by the sight of an extremely alluring scene. F***CK, this wine's so delicious. Sect leader, would you like a refill? Yan Ji asked in a quiet voice as she exhaled a moist, fragrant drink. No need, no need. I can't hold my liquor very well. I have to drink with the others first. And Lin restrained his desire in time and shook his head repeatedly. He made his way past the slightly disappointed Yan Ji as he spoke, and he raised his cup to the several dozen exalted immortals. Everyone, thank you for fighting alongside me. The 4-9 Immortal Sect is proud of you, and all living beings on this continent are proud of you. It's our honor to follow Sect Leader Enlin. Sect Leader is the sun in my heart. When will Sect Leader Enlin teach me how to cultivate? The reaction of the immortals was also very enthusiastic. They all looked at Enlin with an almost brainless admiration. The divine source continent revered powerful beings the most, and Enlin had displayed invincible power that was far beyond their imaginations, let alone a small place like the divine source continent. Even in the core of the universe, like the Tai Chu continent, Enlin would still be a supreme being. How could they not be excited when such a mighty being offered a toast of his own volition? Enlin looked around at the members of the Divine Origin Pavilion before finally settling his gaze on a woman in a red dress. The woman's features were as beautiful as a peach blossom, and she wore a warm smile on her face as she raised her cup of wine with her slender hands. However, her features were a little pale and unnatural. A white light flashed through Enlin's eyes, and he was able to identify what was wrong with her. Overexerting her life force and blood essence, mystic technique, had severely impacted her cultivation base, and she would most likely be unable to progress any further in her cultivation base in the future. It looked like she had been fighting with all her might. He paused momentarily before opening his mouth and spitting into the wine in his cup, upon which specks of starlight shimmered within the wine. He picked up the wine in his hand and walked toward the woman with a smile. "Lingqian, drink this wine. I'll show you my Tao intent." Young Lingqian was dumbstruck. She clearly didn't expect Enlin to share his immortal wine with her. At this moment, a burst of soft gasps and countless envious gazes erupted from the surroundings. This caused her already charming face to flush red, making her appear even more charming and moving. "What, you don't recognize an old friend like me?" Enlin asked with a smile. "No, of course not." Yang Lingqian shook her head hurriedly. She pursed her lips and said, "I thought that I would be able to close the gap between us after reaching the return to void stage. Who would have thought that you would be so powerful? I can only look up to you." "That's all right. In this world, almost everyone has to look up to me. You'll get used to it," Enlin consoled her. Yang Lingqian, "Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. Don't worry, you might be able to catch up to me if you work hard." Enlin waved his hand with a smile. Yang Lingqian heaved a faint sigh. "Perhaps. I won't have that chance. Let's not talk about that for now." Enlin handed the wine to her. "Try my wine." Yang Lingqian accepted the wine, and she was momentarily entranced by the sight of countless ripples of light within the clear wine. It was as if there were countless stars in the night sky. "It's so beautiful. Not only is it beautiful, but it also tastes even better," Enlin said. Then you should try my wine as well." Yang Lingqian was like a nervous little bunny. She was afraid that Enlin would make fun of her or reject her. "Of course I'm going to drink it. I was planning to do that anyway. Don't tell me you want a freeload?" Enlin found Yang Lingqian's blushing face to be a little adorable. In the past, she had been a lot bolder than she was now. Now that she was so timid, Enlin found her to be quite adorable. Enlin accepted the red wine Yang Lingqian handed to him and downed it in one gulp. A burst of fiery true intent that seemed as if it would burn eternally forward made him see many sincere emotions. What a wonderful wine. Yang Lingqian was a little moved by Enlin's actions, and she also downed the wine that Enlin had handed to her. It was as if she wanted to melt all of her worries into wine. However, the scene before her eyes completely changed after she downed the wine. She saw a vast and boundless starry sky. It was as if someone had taken her up into the sky and allowed her to see an even more vast and boundless field of vision. Not only that, but a peculiar power even healed her blocked meridians and damaged Tao foundation, which had been caused by her overexertion of her bloodline mystic technique. Yang Lingqian's eyes widened. This was a cultivation problem that had left all of the Tao integration stage super mighty figures at a loss for what to do, but had been solved by a glass of wine. She turned to look at Enlin again. Enlin stood in the distance and waved at her with a smile. "Good luck." Tears welled up in Yang Lingqian's eyes. A glass of wine from an old friend was worth 1,000 words. She and Enlin were still very good friends. Chapter 2132. Enlin actually didn't dare to stay with Yang Lingqian for too long. There were so many beauties eyeing him, so he had to stay away from them. Xiaolan was still chatting with Gabriel somewhere else. If she were to see big sister Gabriel's big mouth, she would probably fan the flames again and ruin his pure friendship with Yang Lingqian. And Lin thought about it for a moment and decided to keep his distance. He had actually already done what he had to do. He could save a return to Void Stage Mighty Figure with a single glass of wine and a single sentence. The life of a top-rate powerful being was just this simple and boring. Speaking of top-rate powerful beings, and Lin had finally reached the pinnacle of the Tai Chu continent. He could sense a few powerful auras in other places through his connection with heaven and earth. East, northeast, south, west, north. All of them had auras that were as vast and ethereal as his, as if they reigned supreme over this world and could look down upon all living beings. These auras were very rare, and all of them were paramount beings of a certain realm or tribe. And Lin couldn't detect their existence in the past, but he could now. That's right, these were all gods of creation. He was perhaps the only one who could detect gods of creation right after progressing to the Tao integration stage. Wait, no, he had asked Su Xiaolan, and Su Xiaolan could also detect them, but not as clearly as him. All gods of creation appeared to be ethereal and elusive, and there were only legends in this world. However, at their level, all of them were as dazzling as the sun. Normal living beings couldn't detect them simply because they didn't have the right to do so. Once they reached the same cultivation base, they would be able to easily detect each other's existence. Gods of creation were simply too powerful. They didn't even belong in the realm of living beings. Each and every god of creation represented one or more worlds. Could you ignore the existence of a world? Of course not, unless you didn't have the right to see that world. And Lin saw a series of beings that struck him with deep veneration. They didn't intentionally conceal their auras. Perhaps they couldn't, or perhaps they didn't need to. In any case, there was no one in this world that could threaten them. Nuwa is in the Spirit Lake realm in the south, and the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue is also in the south. The one in the northeast should be Patriarch Zhu Yin, right? The one in the east should be Cyril and Chin Chin in the North Song mountain realm. But why is it not moving at all? Ah, it sensed my senses. And Lin's expression changed slightly, and he was so frightened that he almost withdrew his perception. But at this moment that existence took the initiative to greet him. And Lin, little friend, are you looking at me? I am a stone tribe cultivator from the North Song mountain realm. A steady and slow voice entered in Lin's ears through a certain rhythm of the world. And Lin was quite surprised to hear this. He had only heard of Emperor Bolin, who was at the Tao integration stage, but he didn't think that the stone tribe would have a god of creation stage powerful being. Greetings, senior world comprehender. And Lin greeted him respectfully, then said apologetically, I'm sorry for disturbing your cultivation. It's all right. I have a question that I've been thinking about for several thousand years anyway, so I don't mind wasting a little more time, the world comprehender replied with a buoyant smile. Thinking about a question for several thousand years. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he asked with a serious expression, Would you be able to tell me what your question is, senior? He knew that all living beings from the stone tribe were philosophers, so their questions would definitely be extremely profound and profound. Some of them could even be questions that touched upon the very essence of Tao. A question that could confound a god of creation stage world comprehender for several thousand years had to be an extremely terrifying one. There's no harm in telling you, but I feel like you won't be able to find the answer anyway. The world comprehender's voice traveled into Lin's ears, and his heart immediately leaped into his throat. Please go ahead, senior. Why do I prefer savory tofu pudding and not sweet tofu pudding? What did you say? Why do I prefer savory tofu pudding and not sweet tofu pudding? The world comprehender repeated himself, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. Is this the answer to your question? No, that's exactly what I'm thinking about, the world comprehender replied. And Lin. Wait, did he hear that right? This was a question that a god of creation had pondered for several thousand years. Why did he prefer savory tofu pudding and not sweet tofu pudding? Was there something wrong with his F*king brain? And Lin felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body was charred on the outside. He had thought that he was facing a wise and far-sighted senior, but it looked like he was conversing with an idiot. How about it? Do you also feel like this question is very troublesome? The world comprehender looked as if he had found a soul made upon seeing, and Lin chose to remain silent. And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood. I feel like the flavor of tofu pudding varies from person to person. Some people like sweet ones, while others like savory ones. Liking is liking, there's no need to ask why. The world comprehender was instantly displeased upon hearing this. No, there's a reason for liking something. Why do I prefer savory tofu pudding and not sweet tofu pudding? I also like sweet foods, so this isn't a matter of taste. There's a deeper problem. I prefer savory tofu pudding. Is this a choice of life? Some living beings prefer sweet tofu pudding, while others prefer savory tofu pudding. This proves that both have their merits and merits. Then is it savory that's seducing me, or is it tofu that's seducing me? Why do the two of them combine to produce a special feeling for me? Why do I like them? What's the reason for my liking? Taste? Sense of touch? Attitude? Emotions? Tao realm? Or? The world comprehender continued to analyze the situation, and Lin felt like his head was about to explode. F*ck, this guy must have gone crazy. No, he's definitely gone crazy. Oh, right, and Lin, do you prefer sweet tofu pudding or savory tofu pudding? I like sweet tofu pudding. Why? Why do you like sweet tofu pudding? I just like it. What's so good about savory tofu pudding? It doesn't give me any sense of satisfaction. You're just being arrogant and prejudiced. I get a sense of satisfaction just from eating savory tofu. I really don't understand what's so good about sweet tofu pudding. It tastes as strange as it can get. Sweet tofu tastes strange? It's clearly savory tofu that tastes strange. It's clearly sweet. Savory monster. Sweet monster. Savory monster. Sweet monster. And Lin yelled in a loud voice. Su Xiaolan happened to make her way over and looked at the flushed Lin with a perplexed expression. What are you arguing about? Why are you so agitated? I'm arguing about whether sweet tofu pudding or savory tofu pudding is better. Su Xiaolan faltered slightly upon hearing this. Boring. Then tell me, do you like sweet tofu pudding or savory tofu pudding? I like both. Boom! And Lin felt like he had been struck by lightning. The world comprehender in the distance also felt like he had been struck by lightning. And Lin, heresy! The world comprehender, unreasonable. Su Xiaolan. Chapter 2133. Su Xiaolan stared at the man before her with a dazed expression. She was merely expressing her own opinion. Did he have to be so worked up? And Lin, is there something wrong with your brain? Don't just drink, eat more food. She felt like Lin must have been drinking too much, which was why he was in a bad mood. Why would two gods of creation be arguing about such a stupid question? There was something wrong with him, no matter how she thought about it. That's right. She had also heard the conversation from the North Tsang mountain realm, and Lin came to his senses after hearing Su Xiaolan's words. F*ck. I was almost led astray by that B****. And Lin was the Tai Chu continent war god, but he was arguing with a god of creation over tofu pudding. This was far too strange. Sigh. Mr. Lin, It looks like we won't be able to reach a consensus. I also know that there's no way we can reach a consensus. After all, this is an age-old conundrum that involves sensory perception, emotional perception, Tao realm perception, essential perception, and many other factors. I feel like if I can figure out why I like savory tofu pudding instead of sweet tofu pudding, I'll definitely be able to break through my bottleneck and reach a new cultivation base. 10,000 mythological beasts stampeded through in Lin's mind upon hearing this. Reach a new cultivation base? Tofu Emperor? What a joke! This was definitely because he was tired of living and was thinking of all sorts of things to kill time, right? That had to be it. And Lin didn't know what to say. All right, Senior, I think you're right. And Lin replied in a perfunctory manner, never argue with a fool. They will drag you down to the same level as them, and then use their rich experience to defeat you. The best way to solve this problem is to pretend to be perfunctory and then call them fools in your heart. Looks like Mr. and Lin can understand me. That's all for the greetings. Welcome to the North Tsang Mountain Realm. I'll be sure to welcome you in person before discussing the philosophical conundrum of tofu pudding with you, the world enlightened being said in a warm voice. And Lin, you're still King talking about tofu pudding? Thank you so much. If you say that, I definitely won't go. And Lin pursed his lips, but on the surface he maintained a cheerful expression and said, Of course. We'll have an in-depth discussion when the time comes. Just like that, the two sides ended the friendly and cordial exchange. And Lin was originally considering whether or not he should persuade the world enlightened being to join the heaven-crushing faction. However, when he thought about how the world enlightened being could even consider tofu pudding for thousands of years, he didn't seem like someone who would be willing to join the heaven-crushing faction. After some thought, he decided against it. And Lin, are you all right? If there's nothing else, I'll go talk to them. Su Xiaolan still wanted to talk to Angel Gabriel about clothes. She was always dressed in green, and it seemed a little monotonous. No matter how many times her clothes were torn after the battle, she would always make a new one in the style of the jade, barley ink garment given to her by Lin and wear it. There was nothing wrong with doing this. Furthermore, her beauty was out of this world, and people could easily ignore the appearance of her clothes. However, she also wanted to change up her style to see if she could give Lin a different experience. Of course, she wasn't going to tell Lin about this. All right, go ahead. I'm going to use the long-range light and shadow crystal to see how Big Brother Ching is doing. And Lin smiled. After Su Xiaolan left, and Lin began to connect to the 4-9 Immortal Sex Light and Shadow Crystal. The light and shadow crystal was something that Bai Ling had designed for long-range video surveillance, and it was extremely precious. There weren't any base stations on the Tai Chu continent, so this type of long-range connection required a lot of energy, so Lin didn't use it very often. The light and shadow crystal was quickly connected, and a beautiful woman in a white dress appeared on the screen. She was also looking at Lin with her beautiful eyes. What a rare occasion for the sect leader to contact me. A smile appeared on the woman's face. Big Sister Bai is so beautiful. It's good to see her a few more times. And Lin said with a serious expression, Oh, your cultivation base has improved. Who would have thought that you'd be so glib? Bai Ling chuckled lightly. Tell me, why are you looking for me? I heard that Big Brother Ching severely overexerted his Tao power during the battle at the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect. How is he now? Can I see him? And Lin became a little nervous, even though they had told him that Big Brother Cheng was fine. Seeing him with his own eyes was a different matter altogether. See for yourself. Bai Ling blinked and pulled up the image on the screen to where Xian Yuan Cheng was, only to be greeted by an extremely peculiar sight. Xian Yuan Cheng was standing silently at the summit of the full moon mountain, looking up at a wisp of light in the east. There was a little red flower in front of his chest, which danced in the wind. He faltered slightly upon seeing the image of Lin in the air, and Lin was even more astonished. Big Brother Cheng, are you all right? Don't worry, classmate and Lin, I'm fine now. A warm smile appeared on Xianyuan Cheng's face. But why are you standing at the summit? And Lin asked. Xianyuan Cheng's expression became excited upon hearing this, and he spread open his arms toward a wisp of white in the east. Embracing the sun, and Lin, wait, big brother Cheng, are you really all right? And Lin was unable to imagine that such a handsome sword immortal would be embracing the sun. His body wasn't damaged, but his brain was definitely damaged. Don't worry, classmate and Lin, I'm really fine, Xianyuan Cheng said with a serious expression. Do you see that wisp of light in the east? That's hope, that's warmth, that's love. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath before turning to look at the woman in the corner of the screen. Big sister by, I think you owe me an explanation, Bai Ling yawned. Xiaohong is currently residing in Xianyuan Cheng's body to treat Xianyuan Cheng's condition. So Xianyuan Cheng has to embrace the sun in her place. That's very reasonable. And Lin was speechless upon hearing this. He continued to converse with Xianyuan Cheng for a while longer, and only after ascertaining that he really was fine did he continue to converse with little Gu, Dabai, little Tian, and Su Qinyan. Little Tian's problem was also quite serious. He seemed to have encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation recently, and he couldn't utter idioms anymore. As such, he kept yelling forward idioms for some reason. Can you imagine Zhantian Aishua yelling, forward idiom, forward idiom, forward idiom, with excitement upon seeing Lin? He had no idea what he was yelling. Dabai was still as flirtatious as ever. Su Qinyan was still as adorable as ever. Cassidy was still as obsequious as ever. However, now that Lin was at the Dao integration stage, he decided not to give her the holy ancestor plates, holy blood, in order to ensure her safety. One by one, the faces of his companions appeared on the crystal, and Lin's heart was finally at ease upon seeing that all of his friends were still alive and kicking. He looked up at the bright moon with a relaxed smile. For the sake of everything in front of him, it was worth it. Chapter 2134. And Lin only had 1/5 of his lifespan left. If he tried to hack again, he would really have to give up his life. He definitely couldn't let that happen. He still wanted to marry Su Xiaolan and have children with her. I'm already very powerful now. Even among God of Creation stage mighty figures, I'm definitely among the most powerful. I'm at the level where I can thrash God of Creation stage mighty figures in the realm of stars, and I'm on par with God of Creation stage mighty figures on the Tai Chu continent. This kind of power was already at the pinnacle of the Tai Chu continent. However, he felt like this was still not enough. This kind of power could only be used against the paramount heavenly gods. Furthermore, just because the heavenly earth god was so powerful didn't mean that the other paramount heavenly gods would be the same. At the very least, he knew that the heavenly light goddess was more powerful than the heavenly earth god. As for how much more powerful, he didn't know. In any case, he was still in danger of dying. If he wanted to protect his friends and Xiaolan, he had to become more powerful. A determined look appeared in Lin's eyes. He decided to continue looking at the cultivation-based section of the system. That's right, he planned to continue to become more powerful. It would be best if he could become a God of Creation stage cultivator. Then, even if the paramount heavenly gods ganged up on him, he wouldn't panic in the slightest. The cultivation-based section of the system had already been obscured by a layer of white mist, and Lin had used his consciousness several times to no avail, which was why he still hadn't found a way to increase his cultivation base. However, he now had a way to break through the white mist. This was because he discovered that after attaining perfection in his divine Tao of Darkness, he could actively contact the system in his mind and engulf the white mist. He looks like the system is an omnipotent. If you want to hide your cultivation base, then my darkness will take it off, And Lin chuckled with glee. He used his darkness to gradually engulf the system's white mist. Finally, the cultivation-based section of the system was revealed, and Lin's smile also froze on his face at this moment. Dao integration intermediate stage condition. Host is already a mature cultivator and should learn to cultivate on his own. This sentence was like a devil's voice in his ears, becoming the only sentence in his mind. Host is already a mature cultivator and should learn to cultivate on his own. The host is already a mature cultivator and should learn how to cultivate on his own. The host is already a mature cultivator and should learn how to cultivate on his own. Mature, immortal cultivators cultivating on their own? And Lin's eyes were moist. You've led me astray on the path of cultivation, and now you don't care about me? Was he so irresponsible? You want me to cultivate by myself? Why the hell would I fix a mantis shrimp? Sister system, although you're usually a little troublesome, I know that you still love me very much. Don't leave me, okay? Can't we just continue to cultivate happily? And Lin kept pleading. However, the system seemed to be dead and did not respond at all. Will it work? All right, say something. Say something if you can't. I beg you, don't ignore me. Bah. Rubbish system. Trash system. And Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he cursed. Brother and Lin, why are you crying? Sun Wukong scratched his bald head. No, I'm not. I'm cultivating a water-type Dao technique. And Lin hurriedly wiped away the tears on his face. Sun Wukong looked at Lin in shock. Don't treat me like a stupid monkey. Don't bother me, you stupid monkey. And Lin glared at him and was about to fight him to vent his anger. Sun Wukong's heart shuddered in fear, and he hurriedly turned into a wisp of smoke and fled. And Lin looked at the empty scene before him, and his tears flowed uncontrollably again. *CK, this heartless system. What was he supposed to do? And Lin was like a man who had been abandoned, and he was in a daze. No wonder the system used a white mist to conceal itself. And Lin had initially thought that it wanted to maintain a sense of mystery, but in the end he realized that the system also felt that these words were not meant to be spoken by humans. At this moment, a voice transmission talisman lit up. Hello. And Lin spoke in an indifferent voice. Mr. and Lin, what's wrong? A gentle and pleasant female voice sounded from the other side of the voice transmission talisman. If a normal person heard this voice, they would tremble uncontrollably. Not to mention, the owner of this voice was none other than Nuwa. However, and Lin was still listless. I'm fine, what's wrong? Let me tell you, Nuwa couldn't care less about Lin's attitude anymore. She continued excitedly, our mending of the heavens has taken another step forward. We've already filled up 4/5 of the power of Tao. Once the power of Tao is filled up, we'll be able to quickly proceed with the next 2 steps and successfully mend the heavens. Congratulations. And Lin felt a slight pain in his heart. I'm already the 3rd heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. Is it appropriate for you to tell me this? Of course it's appropriate. Don't forget, you're also a member of the heaven-mending sect. I can sense that you're extremely important to the heaven-mending sect, even more important than Little Hongling and the Celestial Arch. I feel at ease with you around, and I'm also willing to share all of my information with you. Nuwa's voice was sweet and cheerful. She didn't seem like a high and mighty goddess at all. Instead, she sounded more like a young girl who had just received a piece of candy. Her image as a god of creation was about to crumble. However, and Lin could empathize with them. He understood both the world-enlightened beings and Nuwa. The higher one's cultivation base, the more they could follow their hearts. They already possessed invincible abilities, so they naturally didn't need to maintain a false and powerful appearance. They could remove their masks and reveal their truest selves. They could be extremely mysterious or lively and adorable. As for what outsiders thought, what did that have to do with them? And Lin, congratulations on leading your army to defeat the heavenly human tribe on the Central Front. You've prevented the destruction of countless lives, and you've allowed me to mend the heavens with a greater peace of mind. This is a joyous occasion, and I'm also very grateful to you, Nuwa said gratefully. and Lin accepted Nuwa's gratitude calmly. The two of them chatted for a while longer. Nuwa could see that Lin was in a bad mood and was unwilling to tell her the reason, so she ended the conversation. And Lin was extremely dejected. However, he wasn't the most dejected of them all. The West Sea heavenly god was even more dejected. He was a paramount heavenly god who struck fear into the hearts of countless living beings on the Tai-Chu continent. He was the ruler of countless oceans in the universe, the heavenly sea god. His eyes were completely soulless, and he stared at the empty space before him with a dejected expression. The four heavenly gods who had just been freed trembled uncontrollably behind him. The heavenly human tribe, united army of tens of millions, didn't even dare to make a sound. The heavenly sea god ignored them. Instead, he stared blankly at the empty space before him, and his mind went blank. Where's the door? Where's my door? Chapter 2135. Can someone explain this to me, about the central heavenly gate? The heavenly sea god repressed his rage. We were sealed at the bottom of the West Sea by Lan Xiaoni. Heavenly Godming, he spoke in a trembling voice. The heavenly sea god almost attacked him upon hearing this. You have the gall to say that? I told the four of you to capture Lan Xiaoni, but instead you were all suppressed by Lan Xiaoni at the bottom of the ocean. You've brought shame to the heavenly gods. The heavenly sea god glowered at the four heavenly gods before him. The four heavenly gods were completely speechless. They were also feeling very humiliated. They had thought that they would win this battle for sure, but who would have thought that Lan Xiaoni would become so powerful? And you guys! The heavenly sea god turned toward the heavenly human tribe united army and roared. You have an army of over 50 million and a West Sea sky vessel, but you can't even keep Lan Xiaoni at bay. What's the point of keeping you alive? All of the heavenly human tribe united army had tears in their eyes, and they hung their heads in shame. I deserve to die. Heavenly sea god, please grant us death. Death to our sinners. One heavenly human tribe united army soldier after another knelt to their knees. It's all because we're too useless that our enemies have succeeded. Heavenly sea god, please grant us death. Heavenly sea god, please grant us death. All of the heavenly human tribe united army soldiers knelt to their knees. All of them were so ashamed that they wanted to die on the spot. The heavenly sea god blacked out. F***CK. It was already bad enough that the central heavenly gate was gone. Now, even the soldiers were begging for death. Was he going to become a one-man army? How could this be so heart-wrenching? The heavenly sea god was extremely depressed. What kind of people had it raised? Had any of these people ever succeeded in their missions? The only time they had succeeded was when the heavenly sea god had set up a trap for his own people. Right? The heavenly sea god was extremely frustrated with this in mind. F***CK. What the hell was going on? Sigh. And Lin doesn't trust me that much after all. The heavenly sea god heaved a forlorn sigh. He had foreseen this, and he was already mentally prepared for it. That's right, he was well aware of what he had done, and he was also well aware of Lin's distrust of him. As such, it was completely reasonable for Lan Xiaoni to steal from his home. However, he didn't think that 4 heavenly gods would be unable to stop Lan Xiaoni. Over 50 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings, and the West Sea heavenly god wouldn't be able to stop Lan Xiaoni. At the end of the day, his subordinates were too useless. In other words, Lin's underling Lan was too awesome. You guys can go. Let me have some peace and quiet, the heavenly sea god said in a faint voice. The heavenly gods immediately retreated upon hearing this. The heavenly human tribe also tactfully retreated. The heavenly sea god stood alone in the sky realm and stared at the spot where the western heavenly gate had once stood with a slightly dazed expression. Never would he have thought that something so important would be lost so suddenly. He didn't even have time to react. The western heavenly gate is the passageway for the heavenly human tribe to enter. Even though Nuos' mending of the heavens and perfecting the heavenly Tao has already restricted this passageway, it can still be forcefully opened through some kind of method. But now there's nothing left, not even the gate. The heavenly sea god was a little dejected. The central heavenly gate is also gone. Only the heavenly light goddess Eastern heavenly gate is still standing. That is the final chance for us paramount heavenly gods. I seem to be on the same side as light. Should I go talk to her? My Western heavenly gate has already been destroyed, but she still hasn't come to console me. Looks like she must know something. Perhaps she's already enraged. It's hard to guarantee that I'll be asking for trouble if I go to communicate like this. If I provoke the other party, and he comes to me with a sword, that won't be good. Sai, what should I do? The heavenly sea god was at a loss for what to do, and he continued to analyze the situation. The only advantage I have now is that Lin and I have been cleared of suspicion. After all, they've already sent people to destroy my Western heavenly gate, so there's no need for them to do this unless they have some sort of vendetta against me. Hence, neither Light nor the heavenly life goddess will suspect me of Lin and I. In that case, the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly life goddess trust me the most. With that in mind, the heavenly heaven god had already taken the initiative to contact the heavenly sea god. Heavenly sea, I'm sorry to hear that your Western heavenly gate has been destroyed. Heavenly sea, I'm also sorry to hear that your central heavenly gate has been destroyed. Both sides immediately began to converse and exchange pleasantries. The heavenly sea god knew that the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god truly trusted him. In fact, the three heavenly gods even discussed how they were going to use the three-phase true heavenly reincarnation formation to seal Lin. At this moment, at the Eastern heavenly gate, the heavenly sea god was right. The heavenly light goddess had indeed exploded with rage. Observant living beings would discover that the sun rising from the east today was exceptionally bright, and it was even hotter than usual. This was the heavenly light goddess Fury. The heavenly light goddess had already witnessed everything that had transpired on the entire Central Front battlefield, so she knew how the heavenly earth god had died, and Lin's unimaginably powerful strength was one of the main reasons for this. However, there was another reason, and that was that the heavenly sea god had been slacking off the entire time. The two paramount heavenly gods were supposed to attack Lin from both sides, but in the end they only made things worse for the heavenly earth god. They were clearly trying to harm the heavenly earth god. I see, heavenly sea. Are you on the same side as the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly life goddess? I really misjudged you this time. Who would have thought that a paramount heavenly god would dare to lie to me? The heavenly light goddess's eyes were filled with boundless grief and rage. I've lost this time, but do you really think I'll lose just because I'm the only one left? The heavenly light goddess looked at the stone coffin hovering before her. The surface of the stone coffin was gray, and there were uneven engravings all over it. From the outside, it appeared to be quite mundane. The heavenly light goddess slowly pushed the stone coffin open and saw a black-robed woman lying quietly within. Her features were as fair as the moon, and her figure was slender and graceful. Her long black hair hung all the way down to her ankles. If it weren't for the fact that she had stopped breathing, one would think that she was a sleeping beauty. Earth, is this the gift you bestowed upon me by using the final power of your Tao form? I understand what you're trying to say. Perhaps it really is feasible. If it weren't for the fact that they forced me, I wouldn't have come to this. The heavenly light goddess caressed the exquisite face of the woman in the stone coffin. There was a hint of reluctance and determination in her eyes. Chapter 2136. The sun had already risen over the horizon. However, the revelry in Yutong City was still not over yet. They were going to party for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. After all, 3 days and 3 nights were nothing more than the blink of an eye for powerful cultivators. After experiencing an earth-shattering battle of life and death, It was time for them to release their emotions and relieve some of the pressure they had been under. They had initially planned to party for 49 days. However, and Lin later rejected this idea, 49 days of partying wasn't releasing pressure, it was simply indulging. And Lin knew that something big was going to happen in the near future. The heavenly earth god had already fallen, and the tens of millions of heavenly human tribe powerful beings had mostly been taken over by the heavenly life god and heavenly life god. Their attitude toward the heaven-crushing united army had always been to sit on the sidelines and watch the show from the sidelines. After both sides were severely wounded, they would destroy the heaven-crushing alliance and the heavenly gods, then wipe out all of the living beings on the Tai Chu continent to restart the new era of the Tai Chu continent. That was a very good plan. However, the balance between the two sides seemed to have been lost. The heaven-crushing alliance was far too powerful, so it was very likely that the heavenly god and heavenly human tribe powerful beings would step in to balance the two sides. Strictly speaking, they had already stepped in. Weren't they the ones who had sent those heavenly human tribe powerful beings and heavenly human tribe powerful beings? However, it was very likely that even their true bodies would have to participate in the upcoming battle. When that time came, it was going to be an unimaginably vicious battle, and Lin was feeling a sense of crisis. He could sense that all of the paramount heavenly gods were targeting him. At the very least, in the previous battle, both the Lightland and the Life Sky sect had wanted to get rid of him first. However, they were well aware of how powerful Lin was now, so they wouldn't do anything rash in the near future. They would definitely prepare a strategy before taking action. And Lin wanted nothing more than for them to prepare in secret. He was also in need of time to recover his strength. As for killing him, they would have to be prepared to kill him with their lives, disregarding everything else, and Lin was very confident in his own abilities. Although he had become a salted fish that did not know how to cultivate, even if his strength did not increase, he was still an invincible big shot. How could anyone who dared to plot against him not use their lives as a wager? Just as he was thinking, a sudden change occurred. The bright and beautiful sky where the sun had just appeared was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The soldiers who were celebrating were all stunned. Yutong Divine City's multi-layered defensive arrays were in operation, and there were so many powerful beings here. How could the heavenly gods dare to fight at this time? Quick, gather. Prepare for battle. It's very likely that the enemy is here. The soldiers of Yutong Divine City were so frightened that they started to move. Some used their power to operate the formation. Some flew into the sky and burrowed into the ground, and some released their divine senses to scout the enemy. And Lin stood up in confusion. There was indeed something approaching them, but he didn't sense any hostility. The other party didn't release any hostility either. This was also why the formation didn't react. Most importantly, he actually found a familiar feeling in the darkness that covered the sky. "Don't do anything yet," and Lin suddenly said. His voice echoed throughout the entire Yutong Divine City. It had to be said that, and Lin's words were very effective among the heaven-crushing army. Just one sentence was enough to stop countless experts who wanted to make a move. At this moment, a gargantuan continent suddenly appeared in the air above Yutong Divine City. It was an inky black continent that encompassed almost the entire Yutong Divine City. There was an extremely rich power of darkness flowing at the bottom of the continent, which seemed to be powering the castle. There was a series of black mountain ranges on the continent, as well as a series of intricate gray castles. The castle at the very center of the continent was extremely massive, and it resembled a massive black beast. There were a dozen or so divine light seals hovering in the air around it, all of which exuded paramount divine might. A series of humanoid living beings with black wings spread open flew out from the castle before flying toward Lin's direction. There were also some extremely powerful beings among them. It's the Darkwing tribe. What the F***CK? Aren't the Darkwing tribe's black mobile castles, only able to appear at night? How can they appear at night after turning day into night? That's cheating. Wasn't the Darkwing tribe forced into seclusion by the heavenly human tribe? Why are they suddenly appearing now? There are so many top-tier powerful beings on the Tai Chu continent here. Are they trying to get themselves killed? All of the powerful beings in Yutong Divine City were discussing spiritedly among themselves. Even though they were astonished to see the Darkwing tribe's legendary mobile castles, they weren't too panicked. After all, they had seen too many incredible things in their lives. Right at this moment, the Darkwing Emperor flew toward Enlin with several dozen returned to Void Stage Darkwing tribe mighty figures in tow. Their combined might was enough to intimidate most of the living beings in Yutong Divine City. And Lin was a little surprised to see this. He had a very bad relationship with the Darkwing tribe. Back on Earth, the Dark Knight Monarch had forced him to sacrifice his life for the first time. Then the battle in the ancient Taichu realm, and then the Moonlit Knight Monarch's battle with him to the death for the evil-slaying sword. This colossus had always been hiding behind the scenes, and he had never seen its true face. However, never would he have thought that it would come knocking on his door instead. Why? Aren't they afraid that I'll destroy their base? And Lin was very perplexed. With his current power level, he didn't have to fear the Darkwing tribe anymore. 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures, 10 at the return to Void pinnacle stage, 61 return to Void stage super mighty figures, and millions of Darkwing tribe living beings. In the past, he would have fallen into despair in the face of such a colossus. But now he was extremely calm and collected. Some of the powerful beings who had heard of Enlin's history with the Darkwing tribe began to smile with intrigue on their faces, as if they were eager to watch the show unfold. The Darkwing Emperor was a veteran Dao integration stage super mighty figure. The Heavenly Knight Monarch was a new Dao integration stage super mighty figure who had only just consolidated her cultivation base. Even in the entire Tai Chu continent, they could be considered as first-rate, powerful beings. However, even with the 2 of them leading a group of return to Void Stage super mighty figures, all of them were extremely respectful toward Enlin. Mr. Enlin, Senior Enlin. One Darkwing tribe powerful being after another descended before Enlin and bowed their heads. The Darkwing Emperor wore an expression of guilt and uneasiness. Please allow us to express our apologies. We are extremely remorseful for the mistakes we've made in the past, and Lin was a little dumbstruck upon seeing this. You brought your entire headquarters here from hundreds of millions of kilometers away just to apologize? No. The Darkwing Emperor shook his head before turning to Enlin with reverence in his eyes. We're here to pledge our allegiance to you. What? And Lin's eyes widened. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound erupted. There were millions of Darkwing tribe cultivators before him, and all of them knelt to Enlin. Their voices pierced through the heavens at this moment. The entire Darkwing tribe, we pay our respects to our heavenly leader. We pay our respects to our heavenly leader. Chapter 2137. And Lin was astonished. All of the spectating powerful beings were also astonished. Heavenly leader? What the hell was that? How did he become their heavenly leader? WH, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath as he looked at the Darkwing tribe cultivators kneeling before him. We're here to serve you. You're our heavenly leader. The Darkwing Emperor remained standing with a respectful expression. Heavenly leader, if you don't agree, then we won't get up. The Day-Night True Monarch was also extremely excited as she looked at Enlin with boundless reverence and love in her eyes. Enlin had received an unprecedented shock. He knew just how proud the Darkwing tribe was. They called themselves the ambassadors of the heavens, the most regal tribe in this world, and they carried out the will of the heavens. They had always been high and mighty, and they looked down on all other tribes on the Tai Chu continent. But now They were all kneeling before and Lin didn't agree to be their master. And they still refused to get up? I'm warning you guys, don't just call me boss. I don't remember there being a heavenly leader. And Lin felt like they were either here to freeload or to find someone to back them up. Was he really that bad *SS now? Were his enemies so bad *SS that they didn't even care about their own dignity anymore and came to serve him? The Darkwing Emperor hurriedly offered an explanation upon seeing the displeasure on Lin's face. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Let me ask you, are you the heavenly darkness god? This was something that everyone in the village knew about. And Lin nodded and didn't deny it. The Darkwing Emperor continued, We've been searching for our heavenly leader this entire time. When you completely mastered darkness spread across the entire Tai Chu continent. That darkness resonated with the darkness of our mobile castle. And the heavenly leader seal even flew into the sky in an attempt to fuse with the darkness. At that moment, I knew that the heavenly leader we've been waiting for had appeared. We call ourselves the ambassadors of the heavens, but the castle has given us the answer. We are actually serving darkness, the heavenly Tao of darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Millions of Darkwing tribe beings spread open their black wings at the same time. Do you know why our feathers are black? The Blackwing Emperor asked excitedly. And Lin was a little dazed. Why? He asked. That's because I love you, the Darkwing Emperor exclaimed. And Lin, Su Xiaolan. All of a sudden, the millions of Darkwing tribe living beings felt a bone-piercing chill. All of them obediently withdrew their wings before looking at Lin with anticipation on their faces. And Lin stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, Answer my 3 questions truthfully first. Your Excellency, just say it. Let alone 3. Even 30,000 will do, the Darkwing Emperor said. And Lin couldn't stand this bunch of bootlickers anymore. He braced himself and asked, What's the point of you coming all the way here to serve me as your master? Our purpose is to carry out your will, the Darkwing Emperor said seriously. All of the other Darkwing tribe beings also bowed their heads in submission. And Lin continued, So you're saying that you'll listen to my commands without question? I'm telling you to attack the heavenly human tribe. Do you dare to go? Why wouldn't we? The Darkwing Emperor replied, It's not like we've never fought them before. In fact, we've even fought with them for the right to carry out the will of the heavenly Tao, even though we failed. Everyone knew that not only had the Darkwing tribe failed, but they had also been beaten into seclusion by the heavenly human tribe. At this moment, millions of Darkwing tribe beings roared in unison. We're willing to brave through fire and water for your excellency. We're willing to brave through fire and water for your excellency. And Lin's expression was a little dazed as he listened to all of these passionate pledges. They were willing to fight the heavenly human tribe who had once brought them nightmares for him? Were these still the cowardly Darkwing tribe beings that he had once known? One last question, and Lin looked at the Darkwing Emperor and asked, Evil Slaying Sword, why did you want it so badly? What does it mean to you? Back then, the Moonlit Night Monarch had risked her life to obtain the Evil Slaying Sword, even giving up on revenge for the Dark Night Monarch. She had made this her most important mission. He could still remember all of this clearly. At the time, the Evil Slaying Sword wasn't even a divine tool, so it shouldn't have been worth the Moonlit Night Monarch risking her life to obtain. I would have told you even if you hadn't asked. The Darkwing Emperor looked around at the onlookers with a hesitant expression, and Lin immediately understood and unleashed a barrier of darkness, isolating the onlookers from the onlookers. The Darkwing Emperor was still a little hesitant as he looked at the woman in a jade dress. Xiaolan is one of us, so there's no need to hold back, and Lin said. Yes. The Darkwing Emperor knew that Su Xiaolan was Lin's Tao partner. At the very least, that was what the entire world thought. Furthermore, there was no other man who was worthy of Su Xiaolan. We were searching for the Evil Slaying Sword because it is the holy tool of our tribe. It is a tool that can communicate with the heavenly Tao. It can both shatter the heavens and mend the heavens. And Lin's body trembled upon hearing this. A tool that could communicate with the heavenly Tao could shatter the heavens and mend the heavens? The evil slaying sword was a special sword that was far more powerful than normal divine tools. And Lin knew this. And Lin had experienced both the evil slaying sword's heaven-shattering and heaven-mending abilities. As for mending the heavens, and Lin thought back to when he had used Little Xie to mend the heavens in the ancient dragon realm and the divine source continent. Little Xie had once said that she could only mend material flaws, but not the flaws of the heavenly Tao. However, things were always evolving. As he and Little Xie became more powerful, perhaps Little Xie would also be able to mend the heavenly Tao. As for heaven-shattering, and Lin had once used the evil-slaying sword to slice through the laws of heaven and earth. He had also used the evil-slaying sword to wound the heavenly god's essential essence when he first appeared. These were all things that other divine tools couldn't do, and Lin looked at the Darkwing Emperor with a thoughtful expression. Do you know where Little Xie's special abilities came from? His words fell. A black light flashed. A little loli in a black dress appeared beside Lin. Her hands were tightly clenched, and a hint of life had returned to her dead fish eyes as she stared at the Darkwing Emperor with a scorching light in them. Little Xie had appeared. She had awakened many memories and knowledge, but she was still blind to her own origins, so she was clearly very concerned about the source of her power. Oh, my God, what an adorable girl. What a familiar power. Is this the artifact spirit of a holy tool? Awesome. Can I touch your face? Little Xie raised an eyebrow. F***CK off. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. Hurry up and tell us what's going on with Little Xie's power. Tell us everything you know. The Darkwing Emperor suddenly pulled out a black ball with a profound expression. You all know about the Purple Star civilization, right? Of course. Evil slaying sword. It's actually the first sequence weapon used by the Purple Star civilization to shatter the heavens. Chapter 2138. Boom. This sentence seemed to have unlocked something. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in Lin's mind. Little Xie stood rooted to the spot with a blank expression as the final shackle in her memory was broken, unleashing the power of the entire race to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. A series of skyscrapers pierced straight into the heavens like sharp swords. From a bird's eye view, this was like a dreamy forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. At the center of the gargantuan city, this was a core place that countless living beings looked up to. Countless colorful particles of light danced in the air, and within each and every one of these particles of light was a vast and boundless world, all of which were highly advanced technological worlds. Several hundred researchers wearing purple starry sky robes were enshrouded in high-density balls of energy, and they all stood atop a pure white, spotless spiral sacrificial altar. Unimaginable information flashed through their eyes, as if they were calculating something. Millions of beings with terrifying auras stood atop the vast earth, unleashing their unique Tao intent and Tao realm, which converged upon an inky black sword atop the spiral sacrificial altar. At the same time, countless colorful particles of light erupted forth. Those were the people within the world. They raised their hands and transmitted their power through the world within the particles of light to the world outside the particles of light. Countless particles of light began to dance in the air, unleashing the paramount light of a race. A vast galaxy of stars, a dazzling starry sky. Then they all merged into the black sword at the center of the sacrificial altar. In that instant, earth-shattering sword intent soared into the heavens. Wind and lightning surged, and heaven and earth trembled. A man in a black and white Taoist robe with a peculiar ball of light in his hand stood at the center of the sacrificial altar beside the black sword, and he repeated in a low voice a sentence that sounded like the voice of the great Tao. The moment for our human race to step into a brand new realm of life is finally upon us. Heaven and earth are cages, and we humans shall transform into birds that have broken out of these cages and fly toward the true heaven and earth to embrace the true meaning of life. Let us create the greatest miracle of life together." The man crushed the ball of light in his hand. The black sword tremored violently as it began to emit a dark and profound light. Countless veined patterns appeared on the ground of the gargantuan city, as if they were some kind of earth-shattering formation or some kind of technological formation. It began to spread and instantly enveloped the entire purple star domain, unleashing an ethereal yet infinitely sharp energy. The constants of karma are beginning to recede. The dome of the Tai Chu continent has opened, and the energy of the universe is beginning to be drawn upon. The heaven-crushing sword has stabilized, and the energy supply has stabilized. An unimaginable amount of energy began to be drawn. Energy that was enough to destroy countless small worlds surged into the black sword in the center like an endless heavenly river. At this moment, the protagonist of the entire universe was that black sword. The hope of the entire clan rested on that black sword. Everyone was watching, their gazes burning with a hint of nervousness. Purple Star Emperor, why did you ignore Nuwa's advice? A woman with a pure and dignified appearance and a white snake tail swung as she held a scroll woven from vines and rushed towards the altar at the center. There was anger on her face. "Stop her!" the black and white, Taoist-robed Purple Star Emperor said indifferently. Suddenly, 3 beings clad in alloy battlesuits with extremely powerful auras appeared. In an instant, they released countless chains that resembled a heavenly net, binding the woman's body. "Purple Star Emperor, have you gone insane?" "I, Empress White Spirit Snake, and the messenger of Nuwa. How dare you bind me?" The woman with the white snake tail roared with incredulity on her face. Purple Star Emperor's expression remained unchanged. This is a critical moment that concerns the survival of the Purple Star Tribe, so there's no room for error. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Open your eyes and look carefully. This is a totem of the future drawn by Nuwa at the cost of her blood essence. There's no way you can succeed, and all living beings on the Tai Chu continent will be dragged down with you. White Spirit Snake tossed the scroll through the air, upon which a gargantuan image materialized. There were no purple star humans in the image, only a barren, bizarre, and despairing landscape. Purple Star Emperor's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this. All of the other researchers also ignored this, as if they were watching a joke. There are 50 great Daos and 49 heavenly evolutions. The future can be changed, and the heavens can also be changed. Don't let the heavens limit your imagination. Humans are more powerful than you can imagine. When the power of an entire race comes together, the impossible can become possible. So be it. Stay here and witness this truly glorious and miraculous moment with us. One human after another raised their hands and converged their spiritual power toward the evil-slaying sword. Heaven crushing, heaven crushing, heaven crushing. Their voices converged to form a tidal wave that erupted into the heavens. White Spirit Snake's body instantly turned cold upon seeing that no one cared about Nuwa's revelation. Insane, all of them had gone insane. No, the entire race had gone insane. How many people were converging their spiritual power toward the Black Sword? The millions of powerful humans present? No, the Purple Star Tribe. 1 billion, 10 billion, tens of billions. All of the humans raised their hands high into the air and converged their spiritual power into the Black Sword through special devices on their wrists. This was truly the power of the entire race. Tao power accumulated to 100%. Heaven crushing commence. Purple Star Emperor yelled. Billions of humans yelled at the same time. An invisible yet extremely terrifying power, which was imbued with the paramount Tao intent of an entire race, converged onto the black sword blade at this moment before soaring into the heavens. The black sword projection pierced through the heavens. Rumble. At this moment, the great Tao of heaven and earth wailed in anguish, as if something had been torn apart. Countless laws fell like rain, as if they were tears falling from the sky. A black hole appeared at the pinnacle of the heavens, and it was expanding relentlessly. We've succeeded. The heavenly Tao has been torn apart. A smile appeared on Purple Star Emperor's face. We've successfully taken the first step. I'm sure everything will go smoothly. Everyone, don't get complacent. Countless humans were also ecstatic. Huge amounts of information flashed through Purple Star Emperor's eyes as he analyzed the progress. The heavenly Tao of darkness has been torn apart by the heaven-crushing sword. Immediately after that, we'll use the backlash from the heavenly Tao of darkness to engulf all of the remaining energy and matter of the heavenly Tao, thereby reducing the heavenly Tao to nothingness. It's as if the birth of the universe was both the beginning and the end. When everything returns to the beginning, the human Tao will replace the heavenly Tao to become the primordial Tao of creation and the paramount Tao of all realms. In the end, everyone will ascend. Purple Star Emperor turned toward a semi-transparent white eggshell beside the black sword as he spoke. There was a tall and slender woman within the eggshell. The perfect life form, the perfect human race. Bai Ling, you'll represent the human Tao next. Chapter 2139. All of the living beings on the Tai Chu continent were alarmed. All of them could hear the weeping of the heavens, and boundless grief welled up in their hearts. A black blade materialized within the Purple Star domain before disappearing into the boundless darkness. The backlash of darkness is coming. An expectant expression appeared on the Purple Star Emperor's face. Darkness spread through the sky and engulfed everything. The Purple Star domain stabbed the heavenly Tao sword, but its presence was quickly reduced by the strange 9-colored energy barrier. It was as if it was going to hide in the world, like a thief who ran away after stabbing the sword. Just as everyone thought that they were about to create a miracle, the energy barrier suddenly tremored violently as countless cracks began to appear on it. What's going on? The Purple Star Emperor's expression shifted. Crap, the barrier is under attack. A researcher's expression shifted drastically. Could it be that a god of creation is attacking us? The Purple Star Emperor asked in a panicked voice. Tens of thousands of researchers quickly coordinated their analysis, and their faces all turned deathly pale in the end. It's not a god of creation. It's the heavenly Tao attacking us. The heavenly Tao. The Purple Star Emperor's body swayed, and a hint of panic and incomprehension finally appeared on his indifferent face. How could this be? The heavenly Tao is currently dominated by darkness backlash, so its priority should be to devour the rest of the heavenly Tao that is extremely similar to its attribute. Let's assume that this is a normal reaction from the heavenly Tao. A top-rate heavenly Tao researcher's face was deathly pale as he looked at the viscous darkness falling upon the barrier. What if the heavenly Tao has developed a consciousness similar to that of a life form? Boom! The Purple Star Emperor's eyes widened, and his mind instantly blanked out. That's right. According to the heavenly Tao's instincts, the darkness would first engulf the rest of the heavenly Tao. However, if the heavenly Tao possessed a consciousness of its own, or if the darkness part of the heavenly Tao possessed a consciousness of its own, would it still do something like engulfing the rest of the heavenly Tao? It wouldn't. The first thing it would do was target the culprit. Absurd. This is absolutely absurd. How could the heavenly Tao possess a consciousness of its own? Isn't this a trait that only we humans can possess? The Purple Star Emperor's expression was deranged as he looked at the darkness descending from the sky, forming a massive black hand. The black hand was unimaginably large, blotting out the sky and covering a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. It was comparable to the pressure of a great world. Its 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed the Purple Star Territory's barrier like it was grabbing an egg. All of the humans felt an indescribable sense of despair when they saw that black hand. Their minds felt like they were about to be sucked away by that extremely deep darkness. Hold on. Everyone hold on. Victory will belong to our Purple Star Clan. Even if the darkness wants to deal with us first, we can still break through the darkness and the heavenly Tao. Purple Star Emperor's voice echoed throughout the entire Purple Star sector. But at this moment, the huge black hand suddenly exerted force. Kacha! Boom! The barrier of the Purple Star Territory's separation of realms shattered under the power of the Black Hand. Countless human beings were completely exposed to the deep and terrifying darkness. Finally, humans began to feel fear. Some of them even felt their legs turn to jelly as they slumped to the ground. The causal constant is rising rapidly. The backlash from the power of the heavenly Tao has already engulfed the entire realm. The power index is greater than the heaven-crushing index. The Purple Star Clan's Tao power is collapsing. One grievous news after another poured out of the mouths of the top scientists. Some of the researchers were already in a daze as tears and mucus flowed down their faces. It's over. It's really over this time. How are we going to defeat such a terrifying power? Ha ha ha. If the darkness can end everything, why can't it end us? We've lost. We've completely lost. No, let's kill the heavens together. Kill the heavens, ha ha ha. As the darkness filled the sky, some of the cultivators finally broke down. They wielded their dimensional light swords and slashed at the darkness in the sky as if they had lost their minds. A white-haired scientist knelt in front of Purple Star Emperor and kowtowed incessantly as he wailed in grief. Purple Star Emperor, let's stop. If we stop, there might still be a chance for us to survive. Purple Star Emperor looked at the black sword and white egg at the center of the sacrificial altar, then at the darkness in the sky that was becoming more and more frenzied, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. That's impossible. Either the Purple Star or the Heavenly Tao will perish today. Everyone, use the Purple Star returning ruined Tao spear. The expressions of the millions of human powerful beings in the core region all shifted drastically upon hearing this. Purple Star Emperor, you can't. Using such an uncontrollable weapon will not only destroy the Heavenly Tao, but it could also plunge the entire Tai Chu continent into a perilous situation. What about the billions of people on the Tai Chu continent? All of the human powerful beings began to offer their opinions with flushed faces. Let's vote. You have 10 seconds. Purple Star Emperor couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. A selection interface appeared before the millions of powerful beings, upon which there were 2 options, whether they agreed to use the Purple Star returning ruined Tao spear or not. Generally speaking, when the Purple Star was faced with an important matter that concerned the entire race, the millions of most outstanding and knowledgeable, powerful beings of the Purple Star would vote to make the decision. This was the most democratic and rational method, and no other human beings would object to their decision. 10 seconds passed. The results of the vote appeared at the center of the sacrificial altar. 95% of the people agreed to use the Purple Star returning ruined Tao spear. Only 3% of those opposed to using the Purple Star returning ruined Tao spear. Another 2% abstained. All of the Purple Star tribe powerful beings. Darkness crushed down and boundless terror descended. The entire Purple Star tribe was on the brink of extinction, so the survival of the entire race was the top priority. All of the people who had opposed the Purple Star tribe the most were clearly just saying all that. It's over. It's all over. Purple Star Emperor, researchers, don't be so stubborn. Are you trying to drag the entire continent down with you? White Spirit Snake roared with grief and indignation. No one paid any heed to White Spirit Snake. Purple Star Emperor looked up into the sky before pressing a palm into the air. More than 70% of the people in agreement have agreed to this. Purple star returning ruined Tao spear, activate. At the center of the sacrificial altar, a crack suddenly appeared down the middle before slowly moving toward either side. A pitch-black spear flew out from the crack. As soon as it appeared, its shocking sharpness caused the giant black hand in the sky to tremble. Heaven-crushing sword return. The black sword flew toward the spear, and the two instantly fused together to form a spear. However, both sides of the hilt were as sharp as swords. At the same time, countless extremely intricate Tao patterns appeared on the spear. They revolved quickly with boundless Tao patterns imbued with boundless power, and a terrifying divine light capable of engulfing everything appeared at the tip of the spear. This divine light was the product of the fusion of purple star technology and cultivation. Due to the fact that it was far too powerful, the Purple Star tribe was still unable to completely control this power. It wielded billions of laws and could also engulf billions of paramount laws. Its name was the Heavenly Darkness God. Chapter 2140. Fight Darkness with Darkness. As the name suggested, the Purple Star returning ruined Tao spear was a Tao spear created by the Purple Star civilization that could reduce all things to nothingness. When this Tao spear was used to the extreme, it could even reduce the great Tao of space, time, and heaven and earth to nothingness. Was it not like the power of darkness? It was actually created according to the characteristics of the power of darkness. Using a fake power of darkness against the true power of darkness, what a ridiculous thing to do. However, all of the powerful beings of the Purple Star race were confident. The darkness Heavenly Tao possessed all of the characteristics of the Heavenly Tao. However, the fake power of darkness applied all of its knowledge and technology to destruction and devouring in order to maximize the power of its power. That's right, they were not creating the Heavenly Tao. Instead, they were creating a weapon of destruction that matched the characteristics of the power of darkness. If it was created according to the characteristics of the Heavenly Tao, then the fake darkness Heavenly Tao was no match for the true darkness Heavenly Tao. However, what if the Purple Star race applied all of the fake darkness Heavenly Tao's attributes to destruction and devouring? Would it still be no match for the true Heavenly Tao? I don't need to create you. I only need to destroy you. The Purple Star returning ruined Tao spear began to take shape. Boom! An unimaginable destructive power erupted from the tip of the spear and pierced into the giant black hand. A muffled grunt sounded in the sky. A hole was punched into the giant black hand. It's working. It can indeed damage the Heavenly Tao. This is great. This is great. The Purple Star race researchers all burst into tears upon seeing this. A glimmer of hope ignited in the hearts of the despairing Purple Star returning ruined Tao spear. After piercing through the giant black hand, the Purple Star returning ruined Tao spear continued to pierce into the heavens, piercing into the Heavenly Tao that existed between heaven and earth. The tip of the spear unleashed boundless darkness that spread throughout the Heavenly Tao. This was a power that could reduce the Tao of space and time, as well as all energy and matter, into nothingness. The darkness and destruction spread in a frenzy. This was madness and destruction that was unrestrained and unrestrained. The sky rumbled incessantly with sorrow mixed with surging fury. Almost all of the Purple Star race could clearly sense the fury of the heavens. Some of them were already regretting their actions, but they also knew that there was no turning back now. However, not long after the Purple Star returning ruined Tao spear pierced into the Heavenly Tao, countless dazzling powers that wielded supreme laws of nature suddenly attacked the Purple Star returning ruined Tao spear in a frenzy. Countless cracks began to appear on the surface of the Purple Star returning ruined Tao spear before everyone's horrified eyes. Oh no, it's not just the darkness. Even the other parts of the Heavenly Tao are unleashing the strongest backlash against our attacks. The Heavenly Tao's energy level has increased at an unbelievable rate. The power of the Heavenly Tao has already exceeded the scope of what we can detect, A top-notch scientist of the heavens will sense the countless streams of data flowing into his mind, and said in a trembling voice, "Purple Star Emperor! We can't hold on much longer. Rumble!" There was a loud explosion. The black spear, which was supposed to be an annihilation-class weapon, could no longer maintain its form at such a high altitude. It exploded and turned into a terrifying power that spread out in all directions. The sky turned dark. The light was swallowed up. Space was annihilated. All things were turned to nothingness. The sky had already shattered into infinite chaos, and the space where life existed had begun to be devoured. The earth was shattered into countless fragments, and the fragments released a strange energy that separated all matter in the surroundings, causing buildings to collapse one after another before being reduced to dust. One human after another was affected, and they were reduced to the tiniest particles amid blood-curdling screams of despair. The explosive power of the purple star returning ruined Tao spear was extremely terrifying. Not only did it cause the heavenly Tao to wail in anguish, but it also caused the entire world to move toward destruction. Countless living beings began to die. However, this frenzied destruction was suppressed by an extremely powerful power of darkness from the heavenly Tao. The darkness did everything in its power to devour the destructive power in a frenzy, preventing it from spreading further. The purple star returning ruined Tao spear that even we can't control has been controlled by the darkness? Is the darkness protecting us? No, it's protecting this world. A scientist sat down on the ground, and for some reason his eyes were already filled with tears. How did things come to this? Why, right at this moment, an indifferent voice imbued with supreme, heavenly might sounded. It began to reverberate throughout the entire Purple Star realm. "I've given you everything, but you're using what I've given you to deal with me." This sudden voice caused all of the Purple Star cultivators' hearts to tremble. This voice, is the heavens talking to us? The heavens can talk. The Purple Star cultivators were dumbfounded at first. Then, countless Purple Star cultivators began to kneel on the ground, crying and confessing to the dark sky. "We were wrong. We really know that we were wrong. Please give us another chance. Sob, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." The Purple Star cultivators who had been so aggressive that they wanted to destroy the heavens, the extremely arrogant people who had once stood above the universe, were now crying like helpless children, begging for mercy. This scene was extremely absurd, but it was playing out in the vast territory of the Purple Star realm. Nearly 100 billion Purple Star cultivators were all children who had made mistakes. They were all begging the heavens to forgive their mistakes. They were all thinking the same thing. If the heavens could talk, would it be able to communicate with them? Would it be able to forgive them? However, the voice in the sky was extremely indifferent, without a trace of pity. The voice continued, but it gave the Purple Star cultivators another source of despair. "I gave you life and everything you wanted, but you used your actions to tell me that you are this world's harmful trash. Trash should be eliminated. The heavens now bestow destruction upon the Purple Star clan." Rumble, the dark light of divine retribution, began to fall. It covered the entire Purple Star realm. One human being after another disappeared into nothingness under the dark light, as if the heavens had wiped them clean with an eraser. There was no longer any trace of their existence. Not only was life erased, but even everything else was wiped out. The magnificent buildings, the distinctive objects, and the information and knowledge stored in various places were all turned into nothingness under the illumination of the dark light. The Purple Star cultivators had not been forgiven. Instead, they had been called trash by the heavens, but most of them did not become angry. Instead, they continued to weep and confess. If the heavens gave them another chance, they definitely would not have committed such a self-destructive act. They watched as one person after another disappeared around them. They watched as the Purple Star civilization, which had once brought them pride and confidence and shone brightly throughout the universe, was completely wiped out, leaving not a single trace behind. Countless people, finally, could not help but burst into tears. Even the millions of elites and the most determined Purple Star cultivators around the sacrificial altar had broken down at this moment. The cruelest punishment for a civilization was not only to deprive them of their lives, but also to deprive them of all their past glorious achievements, their past knowledge and culture, their spiritual heritage, and all traces of their existence in this world. This was what the heavens had done. The destruction was still ongoing. It was gone. Everything was gone. There was not enough time in this world for another chance. The children who had made mistakes, they had not been forgiven by the heavens. Chapter 2141. Deep within the darkness, at the pinnacle of the heavens, a streak of light crashed down onto the sacrificial altar, creating glaring cracks on the chaotic alloy sacrificial altar before plunging viciously into it. The body of that streak of light was none other than the heaven-crushing sword, which the Purple Star Emperor had bestowed with boundless hope. The heaven-crushing sword was still inky black in color, and it looked just as flawless as before, like the most flawless work of art. However, Purple Star Emperor knew that the countless small worlds attached to the heaven-crushing sword had already been engulfed by the darkness, and the power of the Purple Star realm and the multiverse had not been imbued upon it. So it was nothing more than a beautiful work of art. We've failed. We've truly failed. Purple Star Emperor's features were extremely pale as he looked at the scenes of destruction in the distance. Life, matter, energy, traces, karma, everything had been stripped away by the darkness. The Purple Star civilization on the flickering continent was about to be completely wiped from existence. Everything will return to darkness. Everything will return to nothingness. Is this retribution? I wanted to return the heavenly Tao to nothingness. But who would have thought that the Purple Star civilization would return to nothingness instead? Purple Star Emperor's eyes dimmed as he spoke in a self-deprecating manner. Was I really wrong? He looked up into the sky as he murmured to himself. Of course you were wrong. Purple Star Emperor, you arrogant be***starred. You ignored Her Majesty Nua's warning and insisted on leading the Purple Star civilization to your own destruction. Are you satisfied now that your entire civilization is about to be destroyed? An enraged and crisp female voice suddenly sounded. Purple Star Emperor wore a pained expression, but he had no regrets. The humans wanted to break free from the cage of heaven and earth and advance further. Was that also wrong? White Spirit Snake spoke in a cold voice. That's right, but you were wrong. Purple Star Emperor's body shuddered before he shook his head. No, we weren't wrong. This is the ultimate goal of the Purple Star civilization. We just failed. Release her. Purple Star Emperor spoke in a cold voice. The chains on White Spirit Snake's body were released. However, she did not leave. Instead, she heaved a faint sigh. What's the point of releasing me now? None of us can escape. The darkness will wipe out everything in the Purple Star realm. Even a mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, like me, has nowhere to run. She was very powerful, and it was precisely because of this that she knew exactly how terrifying and despairing the backlash of the heavenly Taos this time around was. The Purple Star Emperor picked up the giant white egg and looked at the pure and flawless woman in the egg with deep regret and pain in his eyes. Bai Ling, I'm sorry. I can't let you become a human paragon. We're leaving you forever. You can't die. The Purple Star civilization can't be destroyed. The power within Purple Star Emperor's body poured into the white eggshell like an ocean. Knowledge, information, power, Tao realm. At the same time, millions of elite human beings around the altar reached out their hands towards the giant white egg as if they were hugging it. Countless energies and knowledge started to flow into the giant white egg in the form of spiritual power. The scene was very quiet. The soundless silence carried the last hope. This was the Purple Star civilization's final effort. Block the detection of the heavenly Tao. Break free of the karmic bindings. Erase all connections. Seal the memories. Seal the power. Finally, the giant white egg that held the hopes of the entire race began to transform into a streak of light and fly into the distance. There was no darkness to chase after it, and there was no power to chase after it. Thus, it transformed into the last ray of light in the dark night sky. Countless purple star citizens could see that it was like a shooting star that disappeared in the blink of an eye. It had existed, it had dazzled, and had lit up the entire night sky. But it would disappear in the end. If you have the chance, I hope you can apologize on behalf of the Purple Star civilization. Atone for your sins. Tears flowed from the corners of Purple Star Emperor's eyes as the egg flew further and further away. White Spirit Snake looked on at everything that was unfolding before her eyes. Just a minute ago, Purple Star Emperor was saying that they had done nothing wrong. Now he was going to apologize? Could he not be so fickle? White Spirit Snake was grumbling in her heart, but she couldn't be bothered to say it out loud. This was the final moment of her life, so she was not in the mood to argue with Purple Star Emperor over such a trivial matter. The darkness was like a curtain that was about to completely engulf the Purple Star State. Boom, boom, boom. The earth rumbled. Countless defensive cannons were unleashed. This was like the final struggle of a civilization. A series of destructive cannons transformed into dazzling lights that soared into the sky before exploding into the darkness. But they were unable to cause even the slightest ripple to appear in the darkness. All of the top-grade weapons representing the Purple Star civilization were unleashed toward the darkness in an attempt to buy themselves a sliver of hope for survival. However, the darkness was like a bottomless pit. No matter what kind of attacks they launched, they would all disappear upon striking the darkness. Their retaliation was so feeble and powerless. All of the confident, prideful, and arrogant Purple Star citizens had been reduced to cowards who were filled with fear and remorse. One Purple Star citizen after another was mercilessly engulfed by the darkness. Millions, hundreds of millions, tens of billions, the once prosperous and boundless earth had been reduced to a twisted and shattered land of darkness by the darkness. The miraculous buildings, the indestructible research institutes, and the flowery mountains were all treated equally in the face of darkness. They were all reduced to the featureless, broken dust. Purple Star Emperor's eyes were moist as he looked on at the vanishing cities and their brethren, and he stood with his back straight as he looked on in silence. In the end, the darkness contracted and arrived at the core region of the heaven-crushing empire. On an ultimate sacrificial altar, tears began to well up in the eyes of the millions of elite human powerful beings. They didn't resist. All of them were silently accepting the wrath of the heavens. The darkness swept toward them like a tidal wave, engulfing all of the Purple Star elites before finally surging toward the sacrificial altar. Purple Star Emperor spread open his arms. "Come, let me see." He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before the darkness engulfed his body. White Spirit Snake pursed her lips as tears shimmered in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty Niwa. I wasn't able to stop them. She didn't even get a chance to finish her sentence before her lithe and graceful body was completely engulfed by the darkness. Everything fell into darkness. A mighty civilization that was as dazzling as the brightest star had been completely engulfed by the darkness, just like that, within the void of darkness. Pitter, patter, patter, pitter, patter, patter, the sound of rain suddenly erupted. This was the sound of rain falling upon the earth. Why was it raining? Wait, no. Wasn't she already dead? White Spirit Snake opened her eyes with difficulty, and in her groggy state, she discovered that she was being held in someone's arms. Her snowy white snake tail was being held by a large hand, and her back was being supported by a warm hand. Her vision gradually became clear. There was a massive hole in the sky. It looked like a dark blue vortex with a boundless darkness at its center. Violent, fractured laws were raging. Destructive, chaotic turbulence was wreaking havoc. Purple rain fell from the sky, drenching her white dress and revealing her exquisite body. At the same time, the man with black hair and black eyes who was holding her was also drenched. Could it be that this strange man had saved her? White Spirit Snake was a little dazed. Say, Senior. Chapter 2142. The Desolate and Cold Land of Despair. A man in black was quietly hugging a woman in white. It blocked all the nomological forces and chaotic turbulence. White Spirit Snake should have been extremely reluctant to be hugged by him. However, a peculiar sense of security made her forget to distance herself from him. Instead, she stared blankly at the man before her. Senior, did you save me? White Spirit Snake blinked her large, bright eyes curiously. The man sighed softly. I'm sorry, I couldn't save you. Bam. Suddenly, a huge black hole appeared in her chest. White Spirit Snake's eyes widened as the fear of death welled up in her heart again. But at that moment, a large, warm hand pressed against her black hole. You shouldn't have died. I only wanted to exterminate the entire purple star, and you were trying to stop the purple star from breaking through the heavens. You shouldn't have died. The black-robed man's expression was unprecedentedly gentle. White Spirit Snake shuddered upon hearing this, and an expression of astonishment appeared on her face. You're saying you destroyed the purple star, I am heaven, or the heavenly darkness god. The man smiled with a gentle look in his eyes. This was completely different from the brutal way he had exterminated an entire race. There's another way to save you. I'll first seal your power and let you reincarnate. But I'm sorry, I have to seal your memories. The man placed his hand on White Spirit Snake's forehead. White Spirit Snake still wanted to say something, but her vision suddenly blacked out and she descended into darkness. The man used a divine technique to transform White Spirit Snake into an egg in order to evade the karmic backlash of the heavenly Tao. He placed the egg on a black lotus and tossed it into the endless primal chaos, where it floated to an unknown place. After doing all this, the man took out the black sword on his back and carefully examined it. Is this the weapon that almost killed me? Interesting. In addition to possessing the power to shatter the heaven, it also possesses the ability to mend the heavenly way. It turns out that Purple Star still had a way out, but it was already too late. It's clearly a sword of destruction, but it also has the healing and redemption ability to mend the heavens. Calling it the heaven-splitting sword is really unworthy of its name. The heart of the saint wins, and the desires of the masses win. Righteousness and evil chi are often separated by a single thought. Why don't you be called victorious evil from now on? You will be my sword from now on. The memory was dispelled. The memories hidden deep within the evil-slaying sword awakened, and it learned everything. Not only that, but the Darkwing Emperor also brought out a black ball and triggered the recording within it, allowing Enlin and Su Xiaolan to see the purple star tribe crushing the heavens. This is something that the heavenly darkness god entrusted to us. He said that if we encounter the heavenly darkness god in the future, we have to show him the images hidden within this black ball and allow him to inherit the evil-slaying sword and black ball. Thus, Enlin witnessed the destruction of the entire Purple Star civilization. Even the appearance of the heavenly darkness god was clearly visible to them. The heavenly darkness god looked like a gentle and elegant young master. He was extremely good-looking, and he bore a slight resemblance to Enlin. What shocked Enlin the most still happened. The man in the image was obviously not him. However, this man referred to himself as the heavenly darkness god. What was going on? The Darkwing Emperor looked at Enlin with a serious expression. We feel that you are the reincarnation of the sky god of darkness. You are a part of the heavenly Tao, and you are the heavenly lord that we should pledge our loyalty to. Reincarnation? So you're saying that I'm not a human? I'm the heavenly darkness god who destroyed the entire Purple Star civilization and slaughtered hundreds of billions of Purple Star citizens? Enlin murmured. Su Xiaolan turned to Enlin to see his confusion and uneasiness, and she spoke in a gentle voice. And Lynn, I feel like there's a difference between you and the heavenly darkness god. You are a true life form, while the heavenly darkness god has most likely attached himself to your life through some kind of method. And Lin forced a smile onto his face upon hearing Su Xiaolan's words of consolation. He knew that things weren't as she thought. If he lost 1/5 of his life force, the power of darkness in the sky would increase by 1/5, which meant that his life was the Tao of darkness. In other words, he was darkness, not a human. And Lin was already mentally prepared for this. So after his identity was verified, he was only a little dazed for a moment before heaving a forlorn sigh. I'm clearly the reincarnation of the heavenly darkness god. So why am I getting uglier the more I reincarnate? Just how handsome was he in his past life? The Darkwing Emperor was astonished. He had never seen anyone ridicule him like this. Su Xiaolan was still trying to console Lin, and her face flushed bright red upon hearing this. She only offered words of consolation after a long while. That's not the case. I feel like you're the best looking you've ever been. It felt like the direction of consolation had deviated in a peculiar manner. By the way, there's something else I don't understand. And Lin suddenly said, Please go ahead, heavenly leader. The Darkwing Emperor was still very respectful, and Lin looked at the proud, yet humble being before him. It wasn't darkness that created your tribe, so why did you acknowledge the heavenly darkness god as your master instead of the heavenly light god or the heavenly life god? What is your relationship with darkness? The Darkwing Emperor puffed out his chest upon hearing this. Our tribe has always believed that we are the emissaries of the heavens and that we are the noblest tribe that enforces justice on behalf of the heavens. However, there was no proof of this belief until one day, when a true heavenly god came to our base and gave us the holy tools, the evil-slaying sword and the black ball, and entrusted us with a mission. Only at that moment did we realize that what we had always believed was true. That's right, the heavenly darkness god came and acknowledged us. You were the one who said that you wanted to be our master. So of course we were ecstatic to accept you. And Lin took a deep breath. Su Xiaolan's eyes also widened in shock. There were people in this world who wanted to be someone else's overlord, and the other party was ecstatic to accept? It sounded very absurd, but when one thought about it carefully, it did make a lot of sense. In the hearts of the Darkwing tribe, only a prodigy could be their master. They were beings that stood above tens of thousands of people, so they naturally had to find someone who was below them first. Everything suddenly became clear. Some of the mysteries were also resolved. Why was the evil-slaying sword so bad? SS. Why did the Darkwing tribe acknowledge him as their master? Why did White Spirit Snake have such a special relationship with him? Why did Bai Ling lose her memories? There was an answer to everything. For some reason, and Lin felt a lot more enlightened after learning all of this. He was a little happy, not because his identity had been confirmed, but because the people around him had not betrayed him and were still treating him with sincerity. That was enough. And Lin couldn't help but latch onto little Xie's soft hand with a smile. Who would have thought that our fate would be forged 10,000 years ago? Little Xie looked up at Lin with a guilty expression. Don't you hate me? I was the one who poked a hole in the sky. I was the one who hurt you. It's not like it's your fault. The butcher used a knife to butcher a pig, so why would the pig blame the butcher's knife? And Lin rubbed little Xie's round, chubby cheeks. Su Xiaolan interjected, And Lin, don't call yourself a pig. And Lin puffed. Little Xie burst into laughter. She looked at Lin and didn't slap away Lin's perverted hand. The darkness obscuring the outside world disappeared. And Lin looked at the millions of Darkwing tribe living beings who were still half kneeling on the ground. He cleared his throat and said, I agree. I will officially become your god. All of the Darkwing tribe living beings shuddered upon hearing this. All of them trembled with excitement as they yelled at the same time. We welcome the return of our heavenly leader. We pledge our lives to our heavenly leader. We pledge our lives to our heavenly leader. Long live the Heavenly Lord, unparalleled battle prowess, immortal divine light. Chapter 2143. From this day forth, all of you are members of the 4-9 Immortal Sect and the Blackwing Pavilion. And Lin spoke in a cold voice. Yes. Millions of Darkwing tribe powerful beings yelled in unison, without any hesitation. Everyone was astonished to the extreme as they looked at the Darkwing tribe powerful beings kneeling on the ground. Goku scratched his head. How many first-rate forces have joined in Lin's side now? Yun Menjing pointed with a finger. The Blood Tribe, the Snow Maidens, the Vermilion Bird Tribe, the most powerful forces on the Divine Source Continent, and now the Darkwing Tribe. The overall strength of the 4-9 Immortal Sect is truly unfathomable. It's only been a few years, but it's already grown to this extent. Michael sighed with emotion. What's most exciting is that they're not the ones who actively recruit people. Instead, they're the ones who voluntarily come to them. Holy Angel Gabriel sighed with emotion. The force she had nurtured for tens of thousands of years couldn't even compare to a force that had voluntarily joined them. This was the difference between them. Everyone, please rise. We're family from now on, so there's no need for such formalities. And Lin smiled as he spoke to the Darkwing Tribe powerful beings. The Darkwing Tribe powerful beings were even more excited to hear this, and they were on the verge of tears. The heavenly darkness God had acknowledged them. Not only did he acknowledge them, but he was also treating them as family, who would dare to look down on them in the future. Thus, the Darkwing Tribe joined the defense of Yutong City. The heaven-crushing United Army on the Central Front had become even more powerful. They were all sharpening their weapons, waiting for the second earth-shattering battle, in a fresh and elegant manner. And Lin held the black ball in one hand and the evil-slaying sword in the other, as he carefully studied the secrets hidden within the black ball and the evil-slaying sword. The heavenly darkness God had been plotting ever since the destruction of the Purple Star civilization, and now was the time for him to unleash his trump card. The fact that he had inherited the evil-slaying sword and the black ball was evidence of this. No wonder the Darkwing Tribe valued the evil-slaying sword so much and were willing to risk their lives to obtain it. It turned out that they wanted to safeguard this sword for the heavenly darkness God. He had already inherited the evil-slaying sword through fate, yet the Darkwing Tribe still wanted to snatch it back and safeguard it for him. Part of the secret had been revealed, but Lin still didn't know what to do next. He had done it himself, but he didn't know how to continue doing it. How could he go about it? The biggest mystery, the secret of the system, was still unsolved. What exactly was the system? What does it have to do with my authority? Did Tao Lord Luya have some sort of relationship with the Empyrean God of Darkness? After the secret was revealed, more questions surfaced, and Lin had no choice but to focus on his research. Little Xia sat silently beside Lin, supporting her chin with one hand, and her dead fish eyes seemed to be in a daze, as if she were thinking about something. However, after a long silence, little Xia suddenly said, "And Lin, my stomach suddenly feels a little uncomfortable inside the life cabin." All of a sudden, White Spirit Snake slowly regained consciousness on the eastern front of Dawn City. The first thing he saw was Nuwa's concerned expression. "Xiao Bai, you suddenly fainted. What happened? Also, how did your cultivation base suddenly rise to the Tao integration pinnacle stage and even touch upon the threshold of the God of Creation stage?" Nuwa's voice was very gentle, like a light breeze blowing over a mountain stream. White Spirit Snake clutched her head, and tears began to well up in her eyes. I remember everything," she murmured in a low voice. "So that's how it is. No wonder I like Senior and Lin so much and rely on Lin so much. In fact, I'm even willing to accept any of his requests." When Nuwa heard that the innocent Xiao Bai had solved the mystery that puzzled her the most, she couldn't help but ask nervously, "Why? What did Lin do to you?" "At the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Bai Ling opened her bleary eyes as she lay sprawled across her research bench. Ow, 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 she rubbed her head, and her eyes became clear in an instant. Countless images surged into her mind, stimulating her brain. I remember now. Bai Ling recalled back to when she was in the Purple Star ruins. While she was waiting for something to happen, an extremely handsome man with a head of long black hair and a pair of deep black eyes suddenly appeared before her, and he immediately plunged his black long sword into her heart. She had thought that she was going to die just like that. However, she suddenly noticed that the man's hand was trembling. The man was struggling, and his expression was twisted with agony and agony. In the end, the man turned and left. Bai Ling managed to survive, but she had lost a portion of her memory. Is that Enlin from back then? What kind of gaze is that? No wonder I left the ruins with Enlin. So it was him. Bai Ling heaved a faint sigh. The memories that the heavenly Tao shielded in order to protect us have finally been unsealed. What's going to happen next? I really need time. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. Yutong City. And Lin turned to the little girl in the black dress with a nervous expression. Little Xia, tell me where your stomach hurts. Don't scare me. How am I supposed to know where my stomach hurts? It's just my stomach. Little Xia pursed her lips with a bright blush on her cheeks. And Lin seemed to have understood something, and he immediately injected his divine weapon origin energy into little Xia's body. Little Xia's cheeks were completely flushed, and she only managed to calm down after letting loose a tender moan. Do you feel better now? And Lin asked. Little Xia didn't say anything, but it looked like she was feeling better. And Lin, there's something I have to report to you. Little Xia suddenly said. What is it? And Lin asked. I've become more powerful. Little Xia replied in a quiet voice. I became a divine rank pinnacle weapon right after you progressed to the Tao integration stage, and Lin nodded. I know. That's really impressive. You used all of your power to help me escape, and you were able to wound Xianyu on your own. That's not what I want to say. Little Xia pursed her lips. Then what do you want to say? What I want to say is that my evolution has something to do with your divine Tao of darkness. After you successfully progressed to the Tao integration stage, the power of darkness flowed into my body, thereby making me more powerful. I feel like I have a very close and deep connection with you. And Lin felt like something was amiss upon hearing this, but he still replied, You're a dark-type divine tool, which is very compatible with my power. There is indeed a connection between us. Little Xia shook her head. It's not a connection between elements. It's a connection between Tao. I can't explain this in a short time, but I want you to know that I've already reached the pinnacle of the Purple Star civilization, and I've even surpassed that state. After all, I've nurtured a spirit, and I have the support of your power. This means that as long as I have enough power, I can even crush the heavens. Chapter 2144. And Lin was stunned upon hearing this. The evil slaying sword was indeed a heaven-crushing divine tool. But that didn't mean that it could crush the heavens just because it wanted to, right? One had to realize that the Purple Star race had drawn upon the power of the entire universe to just barely be able to crush the heavens. Now, the evil slaying sword wanted to crush the heavens on its own. Little Xia, you're not joking, are you? And Lin was astonished. I never joke. Little Xia looked at Enlin with a serious expression. Master, I know you. I've fought by your side, so I know what you're afraid of. I also want to save you. I'm thinking the same thing as you. Only a heaven-crushing divine tool can save you. Destroy the current heavenly Tao, and you'll be able to transform from a part to a one. You'll be able to transform into the complete heavenly Tao while retaining your unique life force. Little Xia looked at Enlin with a serious expression. She still had the ability to mend the heavens, but that would require sacrificing Enlin and reverting him back to the unconscious heavenly Tao. This was not a choice that she would consider at all. Little Xia hadn't referred to Enlin as master many times, but she viewed Enlin as the most important person in her heart, so she always considered Enlin as the most important person in her life. Sacrificing Enlin to save the world? Sorry, she couldn't do that. Besides, the paramount heavenly god eggs were determined to destroy the human race and all intelligent life forms on the Tai Chu continent. And Lin, sacrificing his life to mend the heavenly Tao, would be able to pacify the heavenly Tao and prevent the paramount heavenly gods from unleashing further attacks. Hence, crushing the heavens was the safest course of action, and Lin was clearly a little tempted. I can crush the heavens with you? How should I do that? First of all, your power and my power definitely won't be enough. The Purple Star civilization used the power of the entire Tai Chu continent and entire universe to just barely break through the heavenly Tao of darkness. You definitely don't have the material and energy to do so now, so we need to find another way. And Lin's interest was piqued. How so? Little Xia blinked her dead fish eyes with a smile. Destroy the heavenly Tao with the heavenly Tao. And Lin took a deep breath before a thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that you want me to follow in the footsteps of the Purple Star civilization? That's right. A smile appeared on little Xia's face. The Purple Star's heaven-crushing technique actually had a very high probability of success. However, we didn't anticipate that the heavenly Tao would possess a life of its own, which is why it fell short of success. All of this is because the darkness has developed its own consciousness, and that consciousness is directed at Purple Star. But it's different now. Master, you are the darkness. You can choose to devour the other heavenly Taos, and you can do it more thoroughly than when you were unconscious. Use the heavenly Tao to destroy the heavenly Tao, and use the heavenly Tao to create a new heavenly Tao. This is definitely the safest and most effective way to crush the heavens. In that instant, Enlin suddenly understood why Cyril and Chanshin both felt that he was the most suitable candidate to become the heavenly disciple and the most suitable candidate to crush the heavens. That makes sense, but what should I do? Enlin asked. That's simple. Just devour the rest of the heavenly Tao with your darkness, little Xia replied. Enlin, I don't even know where the rest of the heavenly Tao is, so how am I supposed to devour it? If you're going to devour it, you have to at least tell me how to do it, right? And Lin asked after a long silence. Heavenly gods are actually a part of the heavenly Tao, so you can devour them, little Xia replied. And Lin's mouth gaped open. I don't know how to. A confident smile appeared on little Xia's face. No, you actually do. After a heavenly god dies, the power of Tao should be returned to the heavenly Tao. But do you remember how you obtained your powers of wind and lightning? Well, and Lin was dumbstruck. Wasn't the system the one who helped him absorb them? However, little Xia gave him a completely unexpected answer. That's actually all thanks to your darkness engulfment ability. It can devour all the power of the heavenly Tao for its own use. And Lin's heart jolted with shock, but he still maintained his rationality. No way. If that's the case, then why can't the heavenly earth god and the heavenly yin-yang god that I killed become heavenly gods that I can use? That's because there's another power within your body that filters out all of the heavenly gods that you don't need, leaving behind only the ones that you need to absorb. Little Xia explained, and Lin's eyes widened, and waves of shock surged through his heart. What the F***CK? Why didn't he need them? He really wanted them. Heavenly god powers like time and earth, the more the better. Was this a F***king problem with the system? He had thought that the system was helping him absorb the heavenly gods, and he was very grateful to the system. But it was the system that was hindering him and making him lose all of his other heavenly gods. And Lin felt like he was about to throw up a mouthful of blood. However, that power isn't actually doing anything wrong. Little Xia suddenly said, darkness can engulf other heavenly gods, but when you use the power of the heavenly gods, the other heavenly gods will also resist. In fact, they might even band together to attack you. When that time comes, you'll either fall into a state of confusion, or you might even die on the spot. And Lin was quite elated upon hearing this. The system still loves me. So if you let me absorb the power of the heavenly gods now, wouldn't that happen? And Lin asked, Of course not. You were too weak in the past, so you weren't able to control too many heavenly gods. But it's different now. You have the complete darkness now, so you can absorb even paramount heavenly gods. Little Xie spoke with a smile, and Lin's blood ran cold upon hearing this. Are you sure? Please be more confident. From the analysis of the purple star's top-rate heavenly Tao research data, the power you can theoretically unleash should be able to engulf all of the heavenly Tao aside from yourself. So why wouldn't it be possible for you to engulf a paramount heavenly god? Little Xie pursed her lips. All right, let's just say you're right. And Lin massaged his brows. But here comes the problem. I can't control the filtering power within my body. As you can see, even after I killed the heavenly earth god, I still can't absorb the power of the heavenly earth god. Little Xie puffed out her chest with a smug expression. I can help you. How? And Lin asked. Didn't I tell you? I've become more powerful, so I've attained a new technique. Little Xie snatched the sword from Lin's hand. I attained this technique from the Tao sword of your 6 strikes of the war god. It's called Vanquish the Heavens and Slay All Evil, Ultimate Tao. And Lin immediately became excited upon hearing this, and he clapped his hands. Bad asterisk SS. This technique sounds really bad asterisk SS just from the name alone. Be serious. Little Xie glanced at Lin before continuing. This technique of mine can unleash your darkness, Tao, engulfing power to the fullest extent, thereby keeping all external powers at bay and absorbing the Tao wielded by the heavenly gods for your own use. You think I'll be able to keep external powers at bay just because you say so? The power within my body is no ordinary power, and Lin said with a smile. Little Xie choked upon hearing this. If I say it's possible, then it's possible. What if it doesn't work? And Lin was still skeptical. It wasn't that he didn't trust little Xie. It was just that the system was simply far too powerful. Then why don't you try killing a heavenly god? All right, I'll give it a try. Chapter 2145. The two of them immediately came to an agreement, and they decided to use a heavenly god as an experiment. Of course, they would have to do it in the future. Heavenly gods weren't like Dubai's vegetables that could be plucked at will, and Lin had to wait for the next battle to erupt before he would have a chance to try it out. He continued to discuss heaven-crushing theories with little Xie. According to what you're saying, even if I devour all of the remaining heavenly gods, would I be able to crush the heavens? And Lin asked, No, this is only to make you more powerful. Devouring a portion of the heavenly Tao will increase your share of the heavenly Tao, and the darkness you unleash will be even more powerful. You should be aware that even though your divine Tao of darkness is complete, the power of darkness that you can unleash is on a completely different level compared to the backlash of the purple star heaven crushing heavens, right? And Lin nodded like a chicken pecking at rice upon hearing this. Destroying a realm with a single slap, killing hundreds of billions of brethren with a single strike, annihilating countless small worlds, and erasing all traces of the most advanced cultivation civilization. This was something that he couldn't do. This is not to say that your darkness isn't powerful. It's just that the heavenly Tao will always exert this type of suppression on beings that possess self-awareness and powers of the heavenly gods. As long as you are you, this suppression will never weaken. Of course, the destruction of the Purple Star civilization was a special period of time. At that moment, even though the darkness possessed self-awareness, it wasn't suppressed as it was doing something that was beneficial to the heavenly Tao. The reason why we're trying to crush the heavens now is so that you can still rise to power and contend with the true heavenly Tao even when you're being suppressed. Only then will you truly be able to crush the heavens. And Lin's lips twitched slightly. Now that you mention it, I feel like it's going to be even more difficult. Crushing the heavens isn't going to be easy. Little Xia rolled her eyes at Enlin. Not taking into account anything else, our method is at least safer than the heaven-crushing sex method. Of course, this safety is based on the fact that both of us possess extremely powerful abilities, heaven-defying strength, and Lin was a little unaccustomed to this. Little Xia had been praising him a lot recently. This feeling of confidence. It even gave one the feeling that he was feeling extremely inflated. Suddenly, Lin felt a little flustered. Little Xia, is it because you know you're a weapon that can pierce through the heavens that you've become so full of yourself? And Lin asked. Little Xia nodded in a very natural manner. If I wasn't so full of myself, why would I keep thinking about crushing the heavens? And Lin thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. When you continue to engulf the Tao power of the heavenly gods and push your Tao power of darkness to new heights, you will be able to challenge the true heavenly Tao. I still remember where the rift in the heavenly Tao is. When the time comes, I'll take you to the heavenly Tao. Little Xia spoke with an extremely serious expression, and Lin was quite touched by Little Xia's dedication, and he rubbed his hands over her round cheeks again. Little Xia, you're so adorable when you're advising me like this, phew, and Lin couldn't help but exclaim when he felt the sensation. So tender, so smooth. He could play with this face for 10 years. Whoosh! Little Xia plunged her sword into Lin's waist. Ouch! A pained wail sounded. Idiot, you'd better be more serious. A cold and tender voice sounded. Be gentle, Little Xia, it hurts, I know. In any case, our mission now is to find a few heavenly gods to stab. Some of the restrictions in the heavenly Tao had been broken. Some changes were taking place in this world. Within the cabin of life, the paramount goddess of the spirit lake tribe, Nuwa, was staring at White Spirit Snake with astonishment etched on her face. I know that Enlin possesses the paramount power of darkness. But you're saying that Enlin is the heavenly darkness god who destroyed the Purple Star civilization. Is that true? You can't just say things like that. White Spirit Snake shook her head with a bitter expression. There's no mistaking it. They look very similar, and their unique auras are completely identical. Your Majesty, you should be well aware of my extreme sensory abilities. And Lin is the heavenly darkness god who destroyed the Purple Star civilization, or rather, the reincarnation of the heavenly darkness god. Nuwa looked up into the blue sky and remained silent for a long time before heaving a forlorn sigh. Even though I heard that Enlin was the heavenly darkness god, I was still hoping that he had obtained the power of the heavenly gods through some special method. Sigh, now that you mention it, I have no choice but to acknowledge his identity. No wonder I felt like he was the best candidate to mend the heavens. So he's the one we're supposed to mend, Your Majesty. What will happen to Senior and Lin if we successfully mend the heavens? White Spirit Snake asked nervously. If Enlin really is a part of the heavenly Tao, then he'll naturally be assimilated by the rest of the heavenly Tao. In other words, his self-awareness and life force will be reduced to nothingness. This is the same fate as all of the other heavenly gods. Nuwa's brows furrowed. No, we can't do that. There has to be another way to save Senior and Lin, right? I don't want Senior and Lin to die. Tears welled up in White Spirit Snake's eyes upon hearing Nuwa's words, and she tugged on Nuwa's sleeve. She wanted to hear a different answer. However, Nuwa only gave her a resigned sigh. Little Bai, don't be so emotional at a time like this. And Lin is indeed a good person, but we can't put all of the living beings on the Tai Chu continent at risk for the sake of a good person like him. Perhaps he can still be saved if he wants to crush the heavens. But you and I both know that crushing the heavens is extremely risky. Supporting Enlin to crush the heavens is equivalent to pushing all of the living beings into another pit of fire. Nuwa spoke in a calm voice, but White Spirit Snake pursed her lips and clenched her fists tightly as she fell into a boundless internal struggle. The figure of that man and his gentle gaze had already been deeply engraved into her life. Nuwa's words were still reverberating in her ears. All of the living beings in the world were the most important, and some people could be sacrificed for that. However, wasn't he the one being sacrificed also a part of the world? Black Spirit Snake listened in silence and didn't say anything. However, there was a slightly dazed expression on her face. She thought back to many things in the past, and Lin was very despicable and infuriating, but he wasn't a bad person. On the contrary, he was a very reasonable person. Furthermore, and Lin had truly sacrificed a lot for the Tai Chu continent. He had risked his life on several occasions for the human race, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a superhero of the entire Tai Chu continent. However, for the sake of the entire Tai Chu continent, were they really going to sacrifice a hero who had also fought for the entire Tai Chu continent? The cabin of life fell into a deathly silence. The atmosphere was extremely tense. After a long while, Nuwa's voice broke the silence. "Let's go and make some preparations." "Prepare for what?" White Spirit Snake asked blankly. Nuwa replied, "Prepare a plan to deal with Enlin." Chapter 2146. Embrace the Sun. Xianyuan Cheng stood at the summit of the full moon mountain and opened his arms to the rising sun in the distance. The sunlight shone on his incomparably handsome face, illuminating his high-spirited and energetic aura. "Big Brother Cheng, you don't have to continue embracing the sun. I've already healed your injuries." Xiao Hong swayed her red head from side to side as she spoke in her sweet voice. "Elder Xiao Hong, you're the one who inspired me." Xianyuan Cheng narrowed his eyes as he looked up at the rising sun. "I inspired you?" Xiao Hong was perplexed. "That's right. You've allowed me to experience the light. Embracing the sun every day has allowed me to experience the true essence of light and heat. This has been extremely helpful to my myriad spirit explosion Tao." Xianyuan Cheng smiled. "I can feel that my cultivation base is starting to loosen. I'm going to continue to make breakthroughs." Xiao Hong was astonished. "You've profited from this disaster. I have to thank Elder Xiao Hong for this." A grateful expression appeared on Xianyuan Cheng's face. "Haha, why are you thanking me? You're able to experience the beauty of the sun and embrace the sun. From now on, you're my brother." Xiao Hong chuckled. Xianyuan Cheng and Xiao Hong chatted happily with the sun. "By the way, do you feel like the sun is brighter today than yesterday?" Xianyuan Cheng asked. "That's right. That's the power of light. The heavenly light goddess is undergoing a transformation." Xiao Hong revealed something that astonished countless living beings. Xianyuan Cheng was completely stunned. After a long while, he immediately contacted Bai Ling via voice transmission talisman to inform her of the heavenly light goddess. Meanwhile, within Yutong City, Enlin was studying the black ball. "Little Xia, you really don't know what the black ball can do? I don't have any memories regarding the black ball." Enlin heaved a forlorn sigh. He knew that the heavenly darkness goddess must have left the evil-slaying sword and the black ball to him for some reason. He already knew what the evil-slaying sword was capable of. It could slice through the heavens and mend the heavens, so it was extremely bad *SS. However, the black ball was an equally important object, so there was no reason that it would only play a short video. However, no matter how Lin fiddled with it and even used his divine Tao of darkness, he still couldn't figure out what this black ball was. He held the black ball tightly, and a white light flashed in his eyes. Divine inspection technique. Message: "This is a smooth and round black ball." And Lin, "Do I need you to tell me this information?" He could tell with a single glance. He had no choice but to continue his own research. Ever since the system went on strike, he was at his wits' end regarding his cultivation. All he could do was play with a ball in a corner, hoping to find something important in the ball. That was all he wanted. Su Xiaolan, on the other hand, was very considerate in doing all kinds of supporting work, such as cooking when she had nothing to do, feeding Enlin's spiritual fruits and immortal fruits, and when she was in the mood, She even gave Lin a massage. Her attributes as a wife were off the charts, and Lin was living a wonderful life, until Bai Ling's voice transmission talisman arrived. And Lin, I have something to report to the higher-ups of the army. The heavenly light goddess is becoming more and more powerful. Bai Ling went straight to the point, and Lin's heart jolted. Are you sure? Xiao Hong's ability to sense light and the purple star's Tao energy have both confirmed that the heavenly light goddess is most likely preparing some kind of powerful technique. Bai Ling spoke with a solemn expression. Women who are forced into a corner are truly terrifying. And Lin sighed with emotion. It could be said that the heavenly light goddess didn't even have a single paramount heavenly god as an ally. Yet, she still had to face so many powerful beings of the Tai Chu continent, as well as the other 4 paramount heavenly gods. It was inevitable that she would do something crazy. All right, I understand. I'll be responsible for reporting this to the higher-ups, and Lin said. The higher-ups he was referring to were the Tao integration stage super mighty figures. After all, those who were too weak wouldn't be able to do anything even if they knew about this. Furthermore, it would incite unnecessary panic. All right, how are we going to deal with Chun Chin and Cyril from the heaven-crushing glazed palace? And Lin asked. They said that they can't do anything about it. They're only responsible for guarding the heaven-crushing glazed palace, Bai Ling replied. And Lin blinked. TSK, the enemies are out there fighting in the wilderness, while the heaven-crushing sect has become cowards who only care about guarding their home. A new challenge was coming. Although they didn't know what the heavenly light goddess had prepared, it was clear that this was a huge threat to them. You can't say that. Chun Chen and Cyril are indeed inseparable from the heaven-crushing glazed palace. 2 gods of creation must guard the heaven-crushing glazed palace in order to ensure that the heaven-crushing sect's plan isn't disrupted. Strategically speaking, they're doing the right thing, Bai Ling said. It's just that we who are fighting in the wilderness are suffering. And Lin sighed with emotion. News of the heavenly light goddess becoming more powerful began to spread among the higher-ups of the heaven-crushing united army. Some mighty figures had even sent out return to void stage suicide squads to investigate the eastern heavenly gate. However, without exception, they were all killed by the heavenly gods guarding that place. Everything that happened at Eastern Heaven Gate was shrouded in a sea of mysterious light. The higher-ups of the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army also understood that unless they launched another large-scale battle, they would have no way of finding out what the heavenly light goddess was doing. However, this was very awkward. If they wanted to disrupt the heavenly light goddess's plan, they would have to break into the Eastern Heavenly Gate. However, with the strength of the Kingdom of the 9 States United Army, would they be able to break into the Eastern Heavenly Gate? Obviously not. The reason why they were able to defeat the heavenly human tribe last time was because the heaven-crushing glazed palace had sent a paramount being and 4 heavenly gods away. Now, those terrifying beings were all at the Eastern Heavenly Gate, and Chun Chin and Cyril wouldn't come out. How could the Kingdom of the 9 States allied forces fight them? It was useless to hit him with his head. So something awkward happened. Even though they knew that the heavenly light goddess was slowly becoming more powerful, they could only watch on helplessly. They didn't dare to take the initiative to disrupt her transformation. Inside the heaven-breaking, glazed palace, the sharp energy pillar pierced through the clouds. In the spotless main hall, Chun Chin sat cross-legged in the center of the whirlpool. There was a worried expression on his face as he gazed at the sky beyond the transparent dome. "What are you worried about?" A clear and ethereal voice traveled over. Shui Yan, who was dressed in a white and blue dress, slowly drifted toward the frail youth. Her expression was gentle as she asked this question. "I'm worried about Lin." Chun Chin didn't hide anything from Shui Yan. Shui Yan faltered slightly. "He's already become the heavenly darkness god, and he's much more powerful than before." What are you still worried about? Chin shook his head. The more powerful he is, the more hatred he attracts. I'm not even sure if the paramount heavenly gods will throw all of their trump cards at Enlin. Shui Yan's expression shifted slightly. Enlin is already this much of a threat to the heavens. More so than you can imagine, Chin replied. Shui Yan pondered for a moment. But this is a good thing for the heaven-crushing sect. Now that our enemies are paying attention to Enlin, won't our heaven-crushing sect be even more successful? What's the original purpose of our heaven-crushing sect? Chin asked. To not be oppressed by the heavenly Tao, Shui Yan replied without hesitation. That's right. As long as the heavenly Tao is destroyed, that's all that matters. As for which heavenly disciple is destroying the heavenly Tao, that's not important. So why should we, the heavenly disciples with low success rates, be happy that our enemies are targeting a heavenly disciple with an extremely high success rate? Chin asked. Shui Yan was stunned. This. Chapter 2147. Let's hurry up and kill the heavenly light goddess. This is a rare opportunity. The heavenly sea god said excitedly to the heavenly life goddess and the heavenly heaven god through the heavenly sea mirror. Ocean, don't forget that our primary target is Enlin, the heavenly heaven god said in an indifferent voice. But this is when light is at her weakest, and this is our best opportunity to defeat her. If we allow her to continue to develop, she might become even more powerful than us. The heavenly sea god urged. No matter how strong she is she stronger than our three-phase true heaven reincarnation formation? The heavenly heaven god didn't think much of this. Besides, even though the goddess of light has some conflict with us, she still wants to take care of the heaven-crushing sect and Enlin the most. How can we miss out on this opportunity? The life goddess continued with a smile. Only when she attracts the other top forces will she create an opportunity for us to snipe Enlin. The heavenly sea god was quite disappointed. Idiot, you have no idea what the goddess of light will become once she successfully transforms. She will definitely find a chance to deal with us. Believe me, kill the goddess of light now, or we will be in a very dangerous situation. The heavenly sea god was trying his best to instigate them, but the two paramount heavenly gods were completely unmoved. Days passed by. The sun in the sky was getting brighter and brighter, and Lin's research on the black sphere was still fruitless. During this time, Lan Xiaoni sent a voice transmission talisman to inform him that the West Sea United Army seemed to have snuck away from their base and had taken a long detour toward the White Nectar Sea. She had initially planned to give chase, but she decided against it after sensing a paramount aura. There was a paramount heavenly god among the enemy's ranks, so she didn't dare to act rashly. Upon hearing this, Enlin knew that the heavenly sea god had to have fled to the Sea of Life. In any case, they had already fallen out with each other. If Ocean still respected the heavenly light goddess's intelligence, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to reconcile with the heavenly light goddess. They were already enemies, and Lin felt like the most important thing to ponder was what his current relationship with the heavenly sea god was like. Do we still want to be brothers? They had not shed all pretense of cordiality yet. However, and Lin knew that the heavenly sea god wasn't truly helping him during that battle. While the heavenly sea god was tricking the heavenly earth god, he was also trying to trick him into revealing all of his trump cards. It was clear that the heavenly sea god had succeeded, and Lin had lost a fifth of his HP. However, the heavenly sea god was also scared after seeing Lin's trump card. After the battle concluded, he immediately ran to meet up with the other two paramount beings without any hesitation. The heavenly sea god had stabbed his sworn brother in the back, so Lin naturally couldn't take advantage of him. As such, he immediately yelled at Lan Xiaoni to retaliate against his sworn brother. However, who would have thought that Lan Xiaoni would be so ruthless? While Lin was shocked, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. Up until now, it could be said that the two brothers had fought each other to a draw. Should they continue to be brothers? That was the question. Should he contact the heavenly sea god? And Lin silently picked up the heart of the ocean clone that his brother had given him. This thing could only be used for one-way communication. The heavenly sea god could contact him, but he couldn't contact the heavenly sea god. However, he now possessed the complete paramount power of darkness, so he could see through the principles behind this thing. As such, he could completely reverse communicate with the heavenly sea god. The only problem was that he was contacting the heavenly sea god now. If the heavenly sea god and the heavenly sky god were with the heavenly sea god, then the heavenly sea god really wouldn't be able to defend himself. Wait, why am I even more excited now? And Lin was suddenly itching for action, just as he decided to give his sworn brother a surprise. His system suddenly lit up. Holy F asterisk CK. And Lin's entire body was filled with excitement. What heavenly sea god? What surprise? All of that was thrown to the back of his mind. All he wanted was his sworn brother. My dear system, you finally responded. Have you decided to tell me how to progress to the Tao integration intermediate stage? And Lin eagerly opened his system as he spoke with elation. He then faltered upon seeing the system. Detected that host's current reputation is too high, hereby assigning the following special mission to reduce the host's reputation. Special mission: make 1 million living beings who have a favorable impression of you detest you within 3 days. Mission reward: 1 chance at the God of War fantasy wheel. Punishment for mission failure: make host experience the pain of dystocia 666 times. Note: this mission cannot be declined. This, and Lin's entire body stiffened upon seeing the contents of the mission. His smile froze on his face, as if he had been struck by lightning. What the F asterisk CK was this mission? Was this a suicide mission? Either be detested by 1 million living beings, or experience the pain of dystocia 666 times. Was the system issuing this mission a demon? 10,000 curses stampeded across Lin's mind. His elation at finally receiving a response from the system had completely vanished. He had finally gotten a sense of existence, but it was just a suicide mission? Was he, and Lin, someone who would destroy his own image in order to complete a mission? However, that war god fantasy wheel of fortune did look quite tempting. Should he try it? And Lin had tried the lottery before, but he had never tried the God of War fantasy wheel. What if there was something good hidden in it? He couldn't miss it. Besides, who knew how painful the pain of dystocia would be? It would probably be more painful than normal childbirth, right? If he failed, he would have to experience this pain 666 times. Even if he was a man of steel and wasn't afraid of pain, his pride as a man didn't want to experience dystocia so many times. So be it. For the survival of the human race, for the survival of all living beings on the Taichu continent. What harm is there in me humiliating myself just once? And Lin puffed out his chest and made up his mind. Make 1 million fans detest him. Simple. A fan would turn into an enemy in the blink of an eye. And Lin immediately issued a decree and gathered all 6 million Darkwing tribe cultivators at a large Tao plaza. The heavenly leader has issued a decree. All Darkwing tribe cultivators are to gather at the Divine Moon Tao Plaza. The Day-Night True Monarch announced this news with excitement. The Darkwing tribe cultivators cheered with excitement upon hearing this. They all flapped their wings and flew toward the Divine Moon Dojo without any hesitation. Every second counted as they flew toward the Divine Moon Dojo, afraid that they would be a second late. This was the first time the heavenly leader had summoned them, and they were all extremely excited. Their faces were filled with anticipation and bliss. And Lin stood on a tall platform and looked at the countless Darkwing tribe cultivators before him. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the expressions on their faces. It was quite clear that all of these Darkwing tribe cultivators revered him. They were definitely his fans. That was right. Making 1/6 of the Darkwing tribe cultivators detest him was a piece of cake.